All right, looks like the stream is up. And I got it all in the right places. Fantastic. Cool, 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 cool. I suppose means it's time to get going. So what I want to do right now is I want to get this base here in the Odom, the main base. I want to get it set up a little bit so that we can really start using it. Right now it's a little meh, a little lackluster. So I am going to get myself out of here. Get back to the original base. Yeah, we'll go up right here. So we need to go a little southeast here. But we want to get back to the original base. We're going to pick up some steel and some stuff like that. We don't need to take any of the aluminum from the other base. But we do want to bring some steel over here so that we can make a tier 2 refinery, which I think I grabbed. Let's make sure. Yes, I did grab the tier 2 refinery. So we're going to make like all of these structures here. So we're just going to need to make sure we grab some complex machinery and some steel ingots and some cobalt paste, and we can get all that stuff in there. We may also go ahead and do some wind turbines. We're a little short on the power resources, so we might, especially if we're going to have, we want to have some death stills. And, oops, I think I killed that dude. 19 XP for running somebody over with a truck. That's what we need to learn right there, is how to gain some XP. Like, we need to find a really good spot with lots of people that's super open, that we can just like drive a truck through and just murder people to gain XP. Because if I can get 19 a kill driving a truck over people, it's only a couple hundred XP. Yo, what up, Gravy? What is up? But if we can find a spot where we could just drive a truck over some motherfuckers and call it a day. Ooh. Where does this go? Is this the actual way out of here? There is so much. Nah, it just goes over to there. But that's okay, because we could just yeet off the cliff right here. Yeet. I love yeeting off cliffs. So much fun. Somebody's pissing off the worm over there. Looks like they're probably farming. Yeah, they're down here in... Maybe they're heading towards Shoal, where they can get some duraluminum stuff, which is something we're going to have to start heading towards, but I don't want to head towards that until we're very firmly in the aluminum tier. I'm unlocking the Trooper Planetologist class by using the Thopter to finish them. Yeah, the Thopter makes that stuff so easy. I did kind of the same thing last night, Gravy. I took your Thopter and started leveling up and stuff, and I'm already level 39 now. It took like 2 hours to go from level, not even, maybe an hour and a half, to go from level like 20 to level 39, because questing gives so much XP. I mean, you just run quests. But I did some min-tag quests, I did some early game quests. I mean, it's just free XP all day. La la la, I'm on a Jeep. Can't kill me. Jeep, Jeep, Jeep. Going at it tonight. Tonight, standing on the rooftop, top of the world tonight. All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna go up and around. It's not nearly as quick to go up and around. I'm just gonna go up. It's safer this way, and it doesn't add too much to the trip. And I don't want to deal with potentially dying. Yeah. Driving around, doing my stuff, whatever, driving around, doing my stuff. Low fuel. Oh no. And we refuel. And we put a big fuel in there. Now we're full. Through the Haga Rift we go. It only takes like 10 or 15 minutes to drive literally all the way around this map. Like, I'm going pretty much the full width and the full length of the map. Well, full width and about half the length of the map to get back over to this other base over here. And it's only going to take me like 10 or 15 minutes in the slowest version of the buggy. So, really just a lot of whatchamacallit. Um, it's just not as difficult, I think, as a lot of people think it is to get around in this game. Because we just getting around. I get around, I get around. The other thing is, after having a couple of starts on this game, I'm realizing that restarting just isn't really a big deal, especially if you restart to go to a guild. Um, they can make you stuff. We've been doing, so we did a little strategy, Harazak and I did a little strategy when we started this time where, Harazak leveled up and I gathered all the materials we needed to make all the stuff as he leveled. And we ended up really progressing really well. And so even if you're not going back to a guild, but if they can get you an ornithopter, right? If you join a guild and you have access to an ornithopter right away, you could easily get to level 100 in, 10 hours or 12 hours of playtime, which seems like a lot, but level 100 is crazy high, right? You'd be all the way to titanium tier or plasteel tier. You'd be able to make all your own weapons and stuff. You'd be super strong within, what is effectively a day of playtime for me. You could go around and get all the intels. You could, it's just so fast. I was flying around getting intels last night. And once you have an ornithopter, you literally just like land on the roof right next to where the intel is. Don't kill any enemies, drop down, grab your intel, and bail. So, like, it's fun to go through those things and to fight those people and do all that stuff. But if you've already done that and you're in need of you're in need of making a new character to go join some people, then I think it's just super cool that you can do whatever. Super duper cool. I am critically injured. I need to get some water. Oh no. There's some water at. There's water everywhere down here. Why can't I find any? Like it all vanished right before my eyes. There we go. Especially going through and completing the quests for um the classes, right? Like the Mentat, the Trooper, all those quests become so easy once you have an Ornithopter. And those quests give outrageous amounts of XP. So, I need to finish up Mentat, I need to finish up Trooper, and then I need to start Bene Gesserit and Swordmaster. And I mean, I think if I finish all of those, I'll be level 60 or so, maybe even 70. They give, I mean, like 700 XP a piece or something like that for every little step that you complete. So you just bang through the levels. It's like a level and a half a piece or something like that. It's crazy. And you get all those skill points, you get all those tech points. I mean, so good. We got all these Jeeps driving around. We've got more than enough stuff to make. Well, maybe not more than enough stuff. Probably need to go get some more particle capacitors and stuff like that. Probably need to make some more cobalt paste to make more ornithopters, but overall, I think we're doing a pretty darn good job. Pretty darn good job. Did you find your bike, Gravy? Oh, this is the new one that you made. That's right. That's right. Oh, actually, I can just stay in there. Okay. Um, so I don't have the ability to make ornithopters yet. I'm pretty close. But what I do want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to start loading up some stuff here. Like, we need some steel ingots. Let's see, if we go down here, we look at steel. We've got 250 steel ingots somewhere. And we pretty much need to take all of those with us. So let's track them down. We are going to need to be a little more organized at the main base than we have been at this base. I don't really care too much about the organization because, we do get to automatically pull things from the inventories. But there is at least some level of organization that would be beneficial. I'm going to start working on learning the you know what? I bet you the steel is over here. Why it would be over here, I have no idea. It's not. Holy cow. Where's all the steel ingots? We've got almost 150k Solari between us, which is nice. Hey, there's some steel. And there's some steel. All right. Put all that in the buggy. And then we'll see about we're looking for cobalt paste. We're looking for complex machinery. I'm pretty sure we've got more complex machinery than that. There we go. Take all that. And some cobalt paste. So we need some water. Let me make sure here. I want to look at what I can build. I definitely need one of these. We need 60 cobalt paste just for this. So we actually need more water. I don't think I have any bodies left to go in the still. So I think we're out of water. We're always freaking out of water. Because this freaking game is trying to upset me. There's some more of those. We can bring that. We should probably bring all this spice-infused stuff too, because this is going to be our main base. So we might as well have the spice-infused stuff at the main base. Bring our spice, sand, and residue with us. We'll leave the pumps and stuff for the ornithopters here, because this is kind of where we're making ornithopters right now. Until I get the other base actually set up. There's no point bringing that stuff, and it's light enough that I can always just fly over with an ornithopter with an ornithopter with a storage. Just pick it all up, no problemo. We'll probably pick up these silicone blocks too. Usually they're used in construction and stuff. I'm basically trying to bring anything with me that I might need to build any of the structures or anything that I might decide that we need while I'm over there. What are we looking there? We've only got 37 of those particle capacitors. Definitely need to do some of that. Once I get an ornithopter made here, we'll go around, do some testing stations. We'll get crazy with it. I actually think I need these too. Okay, so we need a lot more cobalt paste, which means we need a lot more water. Which means I'm just going to have to suck it up. Is it almost nighttime yet? Wish there was a way to tell what time of day it was. I know sometimes there's like that little indicator in the top right of your screen. I don't know how to make that happen though. Maybe I can steal some water. You have no access to this person's base. One of these nerds has a bunch of water. I'm stealing it. But I actually don't think I have access to like any of these bases. All of my guildies just be locking me out of shit. I feel like nobody loves me. I'm all alone. What is this? Oh, it's just a trellis. Da, da, da. No agua. Okay, well, we're gonna wait for nighttime. And then when it's nighttime, I'm gonna get... Can I fabricate a big liter, John? Ice infused copper dust? Yeah, I can. We're gonna get that. What does this give? Container capacity is only 1,500. Container capacity here's 1,000. Never mind. We're going to 1, 2, 3, 4. What do I need for my Mark II Reaper? Some silicone. There may be just a spare Mark II Reaper around here, so before I go getting cray here, there we go. Mark II Dew Reaper. Ain't no sense in making stuff I can have for free. We'll get ourselves 4,000 water at a time here. That'll be more than enough to make some cobalt paste. Well, I could have sworn we had erythrite crystals. We apparently do not. Hang on. I do not have my repair wire with me. I think I have a repair tool. Need to hit up these right side treads here. Do I not have a power pack? Oh my goodness. What am I doing with my life? There we go. Mark II power pack. Might as well craft one of those too. And my Holtzman shield is doing just fine. Good deal. I almost went running out there with like no tread. Can you please heal? I think that one might be destroyed enough that it won't heal anymore. So we're going to detach this one. We should have a spare in the buggy. So if you detach any part, you can't access the storage. That's weird. I thought I had the other tread in here. Weird. That's a Mark IV tread. I don't think I can put a Mark IV tread with a bunch of Mark III treads. Hmm. It is nighttime. We'll wait until the dew comes out a little bit. Weird. No Mark III. Probably gonna have to use some of that cobalt paste then. Cobalt paste, steel, and oh my gosh, water. What the heck? No, 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 no.
We're taking good care. You don't want to do that, friend. You're fine. You're fine. I'll find your ass in a deep desert.
Too bad you suck. Why is somebody trying to grief my PvE base? Holy crap, dude. Holy crap. Well, Gravy, I know what happened to your freaking bike now. I want to figure out who these people are. Because I'm going to jack them up in the deep desert. Alright, well, that means we need to go ahead and build some stuff here. Which means we need to go ahead and get some granite. Hey, Gravy, I know what happened to your last sand bike. You need to close off your wall here. There's some people coming and griefing our vehicles by pushing them out into the sand and letting the worm get them.
I see. Okay. At least now I know.
Go in here. I can't believe that those dudes tried to grief my vehicle and then talk shit like they were gonna find me out in the deep desert because like I was doing something wrong by protecting my vehicle. Like what a bunch of fucking clowns, dude. So what kind of doors do we have then? I need like a big ass door. Do I not have any doors that are like double size? That's obnoxious. Alright, so we'll put one door here. Those should be interfaces. They need to be swapped around. There we go. Door here. Door here. And then just walls. Now, I don't know what to do about the ornithopter. This will give us sort of two ways in and out. I'm pretty sure the buggies can drive through here.
The ornithopter kept it inside my backup tool for now.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Alright, so the buggies can get in and out. I'll have to refinagle this one to get it out of here. Since we're doing that way, let's go ahead and move this. And this will go. Oh. Once I get this moved, then we can move that. The fact that within the PvE area, I'm going to have to worry about people finding crazy ways to try and grief my shit does annoy me. Right, this is the PvE area. I'm all about the PvP zone, right? That's fine. We have a PvP zone. I'm down for the PvP. Let's fight it out. But the fact that I gotta be worrying about people trying to find sneaky bullshit ways to destroy my stuff inside of a PvE zone makes me incredibly angry. How do you get that shield-like door, like a transparent? It's called... It's called the Pentashield surface, and it requires steel ingots, cobalt paste, and calibrated servos to make. There we go. Alright. Now my base, except for the helicopter area, is closed, so they can't come in here. Fuck with my shit. Oh no. Hey, Gravy, are you still around? Can you come pick me up inside the base, please?
Oh yeah.
Um, so the wall four sides leave the top open thing will work for now, but eventually people will have carrier ornithopters, and they'll just come and pick up our
Oh,
ornithopters.
that's true. I mean, at least for now we can do that, right? That's why I wanted to see how the sheep.
Yeah, we'll at the other base for sure we'll make penta shields for everything, but
Got it. Yeah. If you want the top to just let me know, I can drop it.
this is one of the biggest issues. So I love the fact, and I wouldn't change it. I love the fact that there's no nameplates, but that anonymity um, really allows for some really kind of despicable activities. Like those people trying to push my stuff off into the thing because I don't know who they are, and I don't have any easy way to find out who they are. So I'm gonna figure it out, and I'm gonna fuck their shit up. Because I ain't even trying to play that game. It's nice, I guess, to have a rival already on the server. I imagine they might like want this siege. They may be a guild, and maybe they have some more people who they want to move in, and so they want to try and get like the whole siege to themselves. I'm not moving. That's not happening. I'm not going to restart my character. They can suck my booty hole. Open the door. Get all of this water real quick. Just as much as I can possibly get. We are currently in optimal dew harvest time. You can see it says over there. Oh, now we're in poor dew harvest time. Might be able to fill up another liter John or two here. We're almost out of water to get anyways, so. You can see all the dewdrops are kind of getting smaller and smaller. Now there's basically no water left. That's okay. We got quite a bit. Like 10K. 10K water real fast there. It's honestly really easy with a Dew Reaper and plenty of Leader Johns to get quite a bit of water. All right. Now let's go see about some of this. You're right. I don't know if they're mad because our bases are like in the way of them coming and going. Not really though. Like none of the paths are totally blocked. So I don't really feel bad. I think they were probably just trying to be buttheads. They must be Harkonnens. Pretty neat little base. Somebody builds way better than I do. So silly. I'm a flower. Looking 5 miles an hour. All right. I was looking for a new tread because it wasn't letting me repair this tread. There we go. Now it's repaired. At least repaired enough that it'll get me through. Gathering up this etherite. Or erythrite, or... I'm never going to say it right. I'm always going to be saying etherite instead of erythrite. that's probably enough for right now. Should give us a couple hundred aerithite. We'll, stop here and get a little more water before we go back across the desert here, and we should be good to go. Take this stuff back, get our cobalt paste made, and get over to the other base and get building some more. Start getting the biggest thing that I want to get done is I just want to get the refinery and the chem bench up over there. We are going to be running into a problem, so this is the only place where you can get aerithite. And you need cobalt paste pretty much always. So, at the very least, something I want to do... Well, honestly, we can probably just fly the ornithopter. I don't know. I don't know how heavy aerithite is. I don't know what the best way to get aerithite is going to be. But if I can just fly in an ornithopter over here, I guess, and use a really high-tier handheld cut array, probably that'll be good enough. We'll see. We'll freaking see. I really wish that I had those people's names that tried to push my buggy into the desert. So sad that I don't. May want to go ahead and get ourselves... Yeah, actually, I think if we use the items that automatically draw water out of the air, that's a good idea. So instead of worrying about getting the death stills, which I think are great, but I want to put a base that we can use to actually craft cobalt paste. So we can just fly over in an ornithopter. We'll leave a good buggy there, right? When we get to tier 6, we'll just leave a tier 6 buggy there. And then... Nice. Got ourselves a little 2-car garage. Need to pull the aerithite out of the buggy. Wrong buggy. Oh, now we have 2 chem benches. What's up? Craft a mount. Let's do 150. 32. Oh, okay. Craft a mount. 70. Craft a mount. Perfect. So we're just going to kind of wait for that to Why do I have all this granite? Probably take the granite with me too. Perfection. Right, deal. Gravy's got himself all blocked off and defended here. Good job. Now we're just waiting on cobalt paste.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
A large sandstorm? No. I guess since I've got 5 skill points to spend, I might as well see. I don't really care about the cutter ray mining. Hmm. That there instead. I do want to get the Shigawire Claw. Let's go ahead and equip that there instead too. I'm much more concerned about traversing the map than I am about anything else.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Let's see, the repair of guns, sure. What does all this stuff give me? Grenades. Dispenser dash. Your training with dispensers allows you to manipulate your flow of movement. Press the dash button while suspensed to perform a mid-air dash. Ooh, that's interesting. Let's take that instead of that, I think. And then honestly, I think I might want to get this dispenser dash. Put it over here. That's kind of cool.
Sector weather alert. A large
Oh,
sandstorm is
dash. Okay, so I've got to be holding space and press Alt to do that. I don't think I like that. We might need to change the dash button. Because I can't. My Alt is pressed by my thumb. And I'm not trying to have to deal with that. About nighttime again. We're about to get some more dew. Not that I think that really matters. We really kind of need to wait for all of this to finish, though. Honestly, while I'm here too, it seems silly just to leave all of the aluminum ore just chilling. Especially when we have so much extra space in here still. Right? Nothing that I'm bringing has like any weight. So let's just go ahead and bring a couple of stacks of aluminum with us just to help us get started. Just to help us get started. I think we're going to go ahead and take these calibrated servos too. And we're going to get real stupid with it. These leader johns are super cheap. So we're going to make even more of them. We're just going to bring 8,000 water in leader johns with us to the other base so we could drop a cistern and use that water if needed to get some other stuff built. We do need to look into... So this is going to be a less consistently used base. So what we need to look at here is calibrated servos, silicon blocks, and steel. Those are really expensive. I assume these have to go outside too. I wonder how much water they make. I think it's 0.75 water like a second or something like that. Power cost 75. Water gather rate 0.75. Yeah, I assume that's 0.75 water a second. And they can only hold 5K or 500. So you need them connected to a bunch of cisterns, right? Okay. So we'll make a bunch of like medium cisterns. We've got these leader johns in the make here. Already picked them up. Okay. Whatever you're trying to make, don't make it. Let's go reap some dew. It is not good dew reaping time yet. Gonna have to wait just a little while longer. Whee! Birds flying high. You know how I feel. Birds in the sky. You know how I feel. Hey, we're getting there. You know, honestly, another 100 is probably enough to make all the things that I want to make, and I'm kind of tired of waiting. Oh, no, we gotta wait for a little while anyway. That's right, I forgot. We still got dew to reap. You know what, actually? Nah, we're in the optimal time right now, so we might as well just go ahead and do this. There may be some extra dew that we can reap, though. If we don't fill up all our leader johns here. I'm not seeing a lot of dew. It says this is the optimal time. But I'm not seeing the little dewdrops. I mean, I guess I'm getting a lot. Oh yeah, we almost filled up all of them. Okay. Let's see if we can just fill up down here. So close. There we go. Oh, we've still got one more. Okay, one more whole one. So we're going to run real quick. We're going to try and get down in the Haga Rift. The Haga Rift always has lots of places to gather up some dew. So we'll just get on our little buggy here and book it. Yeah, boy. It's an angry worm. Oh, look at the angry worm. Oh no. I'm dehydrated. do. Alright, since there's so much dew, we're actually going to go ahead and fill all the way up on water. Yeah, yeah. And then we'll just fill that leader John right back up to the tip top. Boom shakalaka. Let's get after it. So we're only at the very beginning of day 3, right? This is the 12th. We started on the 10th. So we're 5 days behind, obviously, the Head Start servers. But I am very happy about being here on one of the regular June 10th servers. It means that I need to hurry up and catch up a little bit, right? Because I want to be able to put out some content on stuff, and those other people being 5 days ahead of me right now means that they're quite a ways ahead of me in the realm of content. But I'm not really terribly concerned about that. We'll be getting into the deep desert probably tomorrow. Today I want to spend a lot of time getting the base going, gathering a ton of aluminum. I'm not going to worry about getting to duraluminum tier right now. I want to... Basically, I'm just going to be passing through duraluminum tier because I don't see any point in taking the extra time to go farm down in that radiation zone. It's really annoying, and there isn't anything that I need to make in the duraluminum tier other than a regular cut array, so a handheld cut array, so that I can gather gravidium and titanium, so that I can make plastisteel. Because if I just skip straight to plastisteel, then I'm just in tier 6. I can just go do my farming in the deep desert, and then my base is right over there next to a ton of aluminum, so I can use aluminum as sort of a baseline resource and make everything that I need to make on a really large scale out of aluminum. Like, I can make a bunch of buggies out of aluminum and then make their cut arrays and their storages and, you know, some stuff like that. Maybe their engines out of plastisteel. And so that way I'm getting some really good value as far as, you know, speed and the ability to gather resources quickly and carry a lot of resources with the plastisteel stuff. But I don't have to worry, you know, I can make a PSU out of aluminum. I can save myself some plastisteel and make, you know, just fleets of buggies and stuff like that way. The other thing is that once we get to a point where we're making lots and lots of stuff, we also don't necessarily want to make all of our vehicles as we make the parts for them. So something I didn't really notice, and something that's important to take note of, is that you can only have 10 vehicles per person, which is a lot, right? Like, I'm going to be able to have an ornithopter, a couple of assault ornithopters, a carrier ornithopter, a couple of buggies. You know, I'll be able to have all of that stuff already built and in a hangar somewhere. But you want to have way more than that, right? Because you definitely have the ability to lose stuff in this game. So what I'm going to end up doing is probably making a lot of extra parts and then just leaving those parts in storages, which is really unfortunate because they take up a lot of storage space, right? You can't stack any of that stuff. I would love to see those things be stackable, because boy howdy, we're just going to end up with a lot of storage chests just full of ornithopter parts. It's going to be a little crazy. But yeah, we'll get over here. We'll get back to our base over here. Rin. But yeah, then I want to start going out into the deep desert tomorrow. I want to get my duraluminum cut array today, so that I can start getting plastisteel and stuff like that tomorrow. Go around the quicksand. Remember, you can see quicksand pretty well, so just don't go in it, right? Go around it. It's got the gases coming off of it, and then you can see it looks kind of watery in there. So just be paying attention when you're driving around, especially in this area. Back that way, there's just tons and tons and tons. But yeah, we're going to get our ornithopter set up today. Ooh, probably should have brought all those ornithopter parts with me. So we still just need to make... Oh, that scared the crap out of me. Oh my goodness. I even knew it was going to happen. That might be the end of that tread. I might have to totally make a new tread for it. Let's see if it still repairs. Oh, hey, look at that. Just barely. We are using this tread until it absolutely destroys. Woo! That was a jump right there. What's up? Buggy go cray cray. Yeah, but I want to get my duraluminum cut array made today. That'll be like the last thing probably that we make. And then that way tomorrow I can head out into the deep desert and I can get titanium and stravidium and I can make myself some freaking plastisteel. A big part of getting to that tier by tomorrow is going to be getting enough tech points. So once we get our ornithopter today done up, we are going to be flying around and doing basically every intel thing we can. We're going to totally complete the Mentat and the Trooper storyline if I can today. And maybe move on even to the Bene Gesserit and Swordmaster, although those may not come until later. We shall see. I actually don't even know where the Bene Gesserit the Bene Gesserit or the Swordmaster mentors are. I know you've got the advanced mentors are in Harko village, but I don't know where the basic folks are. No worms back here though, which is great. I think this is a really awesome place for basing. Like an awesome place for basing. There's tons of, honestly later when we get better Leader Johns and better Dew Reapers, there might be even a little bit of value in just manually gathering water here. Because underneath all of these little overhangs, inside all of these little outcroppings, look at how many dew plants there are. Just all over the place here. This is a dead end. So there's some real good opportunity to just do some hand farming of water. I think that's pretty cool. Got a message over here. It's just that. Never mind. Nah. Oh, no, it might be. Never mind. We're good. Plants all here. Plants all in here. And the base. Booyah, ladies and gentlemen. Go down here until we're in our... It's weird that I'm sheltered here. I'm not sheltered over there, but I can get nice and into the shelter here. Sheltered in base. Nice. Leave that guy there. And go up to my base. Oh, I didn't realize we had so much granite. That's hilarious. Alright, so we need our steel. That stuff in there, put that in there. Okay. Oh, cool. Everything's all full there. So now we're going to get some construction done. This isn't really important right now. What is important is we need a refinery. Need a medium refinery. This is the lowest or the smallest one. You know, honestly, let's just do all of the construction stuff up here, all of the fabricating and stuff up here. All right. Ammo. Done with that. What's this? Need a chem refinery? Absolutely. We need fabricators. We don't actually need a regular fabricator. We do need a survival fabricator. Fabricators we'll put over here. Let's start. Survival fabricator in the corner. Nice. Weapons fabricator right next to it. Nice. Garment fabricator. Nice. What are we missing here? So we're going to need some more steel. Dang. But okay. So pretty much have a lot of what we need here. Let's get water storage. Don't have enough for the big ones, so we're going to make small cisterns. It's a good place to hide the cisterns. I hid the power supplies up here. The cisterns will probably eventually go here because we're probably going to get wind turbines. But in the meantime, let's just do like a cistern corner here. Gravy. And then we'll also do, so we're going to do a cistern corner, and we'll do a whole lot of storages right here too. This will be great. I'm going to leave these here for now. And I actually need to get back over to the other base. I don't really want to drive my freaking buggy all the way back. It's about to be nighttime. I might actually wait and just go do some dew reaping. Do love me some dew reaping. Bring back, fill up these cisterns a little more. I think I've got quite a bit of space left. Yeah, max capacity is 25 million or 25,000 milliliters. I've only got 8. So we'll go ahead and take these liter johns back out. I ain't got no ammo. But yeah, we can go get just tons of materials and stuff here. Oh, the cutter is broken. Guess I could just use a little jobber over there. Is it optimum due time? Nope. Poor due time. Yeah, but we can use our little vehicle jobber. But there's tons of water here to get. There's tons of water back over by the base to get. There's tons of water pretty much everywhere underneath these areas here. So just lots and lots of ability to just gather water. Do I want to come and do this frequently? No. Honestly, even though it's poor dew harvest time, I don't even care. I'm just harvesting. There's also lots of enemies around here. So I do have the ability, even if I don't go get the death still or don't keep a death still, because death stills require a large amount of power. And so your power consumption per water, I don't think is actually very, very efficient with the death still. So while they've been really good to us, I feel like maybe it's going to be time to start thinking about something else. Maybe that's advanced blood extractors. Maybe that's the passive water gathering. Maybe it's a mixture of both. There's a sniper there. That dude will one-shot me. Ooh, look out. Somebody's angry. And they'll keep shooting at you for a long ass time. Like, I'm way over here. He'll probably still shoot at me. It's crazy how much less water you get if you come out and gather water at poor dew harvesting time. That is bonkers. All right. Up to 11K. Good deal. Okay, just need some fuel cells for some lubricant. That's how we do the wind turbines. And then I believe the survival fabricator does the filters. Here we go. Okay, so we'll be crafting that one or that one. So steel ingots for the makeshift, but super easy decision for me, right? Aluminum ingots and plant fibers for the big ones. I guess not needing the silicon is a good reason to maybe use these makeshift ones, but I'm not going to be farming steel. My goal here with this base is to push this base all the way to aluminum tier and to not need steel anymore, because I don't want to freaking farm steel. Now it looks like, let's see, what benches do I need? Because I am going to have to do at least a little more steel farming. So what am I missing? I am going to have to do more refineries, right? One refinery isn't enough. But we're going to have to cross that bridge when we come to it. Don't really care about blood purifiers. Don't care about small refineries. We have a chem bench. Maybe we'll need to. Whatever. For fabricators, we have all of these. We just need the vehicle fabricator. And then here we're looking at Whoop, I've been talking to myself, don't know for how long. But I really wish that the deep desert was a little more like the Haga Basin. I don't think that the deep desert is gonna be as interesting as maybe I would like, because it just doesn't have the diversity and the quality of terrain. And that's such an important part of PvP. And so we've got all this really cool terrain and stuff here in the PvE zone, and I love it. I love it to death. And I'm glad that it's a PvE zone, right? I don't want to have to be PvPing all the time. I'm totally cool with having, 1/10 of the map be nothing but PvE. But really, if you look at the Haga Basin and the Deep Desert, the Haga Basin is more like half of the map. Because the Deep Desert is widely empty. And so there's just so much to do in the Haga Basin. And there's so many interesting formations to get on. And I mean, PvP here would just be really cool. Especially with as good as traversal is. Right? You could be chasing people with sugar wire claws and stuff all through all of this. And it'd be really interesting. So, I don't know. Hopefully some changes are made to the Deep Desert. I'd like to see some larger rock formations. It's too bad that there isn't a rift like this out in the Deep Desert. Like, how cool would it be if there was a Deep Desert PvP rift? That'd be literally the coolest. Okay, well that can't repair enough to be usable anymore. So we're going sans tread here. We just limping along. We're gonna make it though. So funny. We're gonna grab the 2 erythites that are down here on the ground level, I think, too. I think that's important. We may end up having to repair our engine before I get home. These really long trips across the desert really take a toll on your vehicles. Once we get back to the base, I'm actually going to take a quick little break and get some food. I'm a little bit hungry. Give me a bowl of rice and beans. Put a little sweet chili sauce on them. Mmm. Nutritious and delicious. Let's go ahead and drink down one of these Liter Johns here. So we're going to be doing another big iron run. We need lots of water. So we're going to have to be filling up these liter johns over and over and over again so that we can get lots and lots of water. I think that's the best option. Over you know, I don't have the ability to get corpses for the death still right now. I'd have to continue on my quest line. And even though I could probably do that fairly quickly and get there, honestly, I'm just going to go ahead and farm Dew. That's, you know, 8,000 water every time it turns night. Not too bad. Especially since I'm just mostly making steel right now. Steel and cobalt paste are really the things that I'm missing. Or maybe we do like Gravy was talking about and just break down the whole other base. And just move everything. Because honestly, this base only serves a purpose now if you don't have an ornithopter. And while we do need lots of cobalt paste to make ornithopters, yeah, actually, I think we just break the whole base down. Let's just do that. Let's just tear it all down, pack it all up, take it over to the other base. Because you get 100% of your resources back. So anything that I have crafted at the other base right now, any buildings, I can guaranteed make again if I bring everything back with me. So that's, you know, 125 steel from the refinery, which I won't make another refinery. I'll get a couple of... Yeah, that's what we're going to do.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
There just isn't any value in keeping this other base. Especially, I think Korra has their own base over here. So, you know, we're not protecting, or we're not helping them necessarily. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-boo-boo. Driving. I wonder if I'll piss off the worm more driving with a busted tread. Wonder if that's gonna like keep me from making it across. We about to find out. Did I stop and repair my engine? Yes. I don't want to find out the hard way that the engine was almost... Oh, we would have made it. Okay. Even so, last thing I want is for the engine to go out halfway across the sand here. Okay, yeah, it doesn't look like I necessarily piss off the worm more by not having a tread. We go a little slower this way, but it's fine. We're safe. I may never put another tread on this thing again. That's not true. I'm about to put another tread on it, like, right meow. Right meow. Zoop. Who's that? Who that is? It's Gravy. All right. Real quick, what do I need? Oh, you know what? I don't have the ability to make the ornithopter stuff yet. I need freaking... Ugh. 16 more research points. That's what I need. My life is a shambles, ladies and gentlemen. A total freaking shambles. What to do, what to do. I'm getting pretty close to a level here. I could cruise over and do this real quick. Probably pass a level. Maybe get enough points. I think that's what we're gonna do. And bike chassis. One tread. Engine. Tread. PSU. I think I just need one more tread and a hull. The Mark IV buggy tread. Mark 3 sandbike tread. I don't think I can mix and match the treads, but we're gonna find out right now. Symbol. Yep. Can't mix and match the treads. That's okay though. Getting a whole ass buggy for just one tread is pretty nice. Let's come over here. Let's take a look at the iron situation. Let's look at the steel situation. Okay, let's rock 110 steel ingots real quick. I'm talking to myself again, but I got a micro sandwich. Oh, that's right. I was supposed to go get food. Oops. Everybody dies. Nobody lives. He's a bad mamma jamma. Whoops. Come on over here, buddy. Ruh-roh. 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 Okay. Medium blood sac. Getting lots of EMF generators and micro sandwiches. Where is the intel, though? I feel like the intel was in that room. I think this just takes me back out above the entrance so I can leave. Oops. Okay. I'm not fighting two of you in melee. That's how I die. Instead, much easier. Ain't no sense trying to get myself killed. You know, I feel like I got the information that was supposed to be in here really, really easily the last time. But I don't remember what it looked like. Ah. Contact assure. Accept. And I believe we passed, yep, passed the level we needed. And freaking tastic. Now I can unlock Ornithopter. Like the hero that I am. My goodness, really? Somebody's there? Quick, run away! Honestly, I'm pretty sure we can just go right here. Just bangarang. I might be pushing my luck here. It is a little warning like, hey, I'm gonna come after you. Cool, cool, we made it. We freaking made it. We weren't the only one going across at that time. That's funny. Ferris, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you? Oh, you're a bot. Never mind. Piss off. I don't even care how you are a little bit, in fact. Water and water. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Both of those made here real quick, and then we'll be happy campers. Might as well turn any of our copper into copper ingots. No sense in letting raw copper sit around. Mr. Bucket. Can we make a tier 3 buggy tread? No, why not? Oh, because we don't have any flipping water. Yo. Yeah, we're going to take all this stuff. Put the scout ornithopter, storage. We're just going to start taking everything with us. We're just going to break this whole base down. No sense continuing to have a base here. That should give us enough steel. Honestly, the most difficult part of getting steel is going to be getting iron. I hate that iron only seems to be available. Yeah, no worries, Harazak. You gotta do what you gotta do, bruh. Life is sadly more important than video games. But I'm gonna go grab some food real quick while I wait for nighttime so I can get some water. Okay. So, once it turns night, we'll go reap some dew. We'll bring some water back here. Something I definitely want to see them do is make it so that you can craft with the water in your leader johns. Because I don't think you can. I think you have to put it in a cistern. And that's kind of silly because I can craft with iron ingots that are in my inventory. They don't have to be in a storage container. We're going to test it right now to make sure. But honestly, maybe even make it so that I can craft with leader johns in my storages. That would obviously be insane. But maybe I want to be a crazy person and just have storages full of leader johns for my water. All right, we're back, and night is falling. That is futhermuckin' perfect. Very happy to make one of these. Coming up here real soon. And let's start looking through. So I'm going to make this ornithopter. And then I'm just going. I don't need these Kurab pieces. We can keep most of this stuff. Don't need this medium blood pack. Let's like grab some things. We're gonna need the EMF generators. We're gonna need the micro sandwiches. Need these range finders. Need these ray amplifiers. Pump. Diamondium. Micro sandwich. I was muted. Those are pretty heavy too. It's nighttime. Whoops. Let's go reap that dew, yo. Reaping the dew. All right, then we just need one itty bitty ornithopter chassis, one itty bitty ornithopter hull, and once we have those, we can make us a brand new ornithopter. Bam. Let's see. We want those in there. We want those in there, those in there, those in there. I want to try and put some of the things that I think are going to take up the most. Like these, I can probably keep. These I can probably keep because I think that's all of them. But the servos and stuff like that I want to put in there because they're going to be the heaviest. And that thing has a lot of weight compared to me. So let's pull the servos out. Everything else that I had out was over here. Put back in this chest, so we want to get all this stuff out. Okay. Literally just said I didn't need to put those in. Okay, that's probably the stuff I need. I'm not going to start breaking stuff apart yet, but we will shortly. Because we're just taking everything with us. I'm over this base. Completely over this base. We can keep these out. Instead, put those in there. And then we'll just start fast dropping stuff in there. One last look just in case. Also, don't need that. We should bring some of these. Need them to make some stuffs over at the other base. Probably should have been trying to pick up flower sand too. Maybe we can come back for that. Because we're going to need to go ahead and make some more silica. Okay, I think we're probably in a good spot. Maybe I can actually bring that flower sand, some of it at least. Because your weight doesn't add to the weight of the vehicle you're riding. Right, so well, doesn't add to the storage capacity weight of the vehicle you're riding. Let's go get one more fuel here. We do need a little more gasoline. Perfect. Oop, talking to myself again. So the max glide speed of the Ornithopter is about 160 kilometers per hour. And that line that's going across the center of my screen right now, it's got the little mountain on top of it, is actually your horizon line. And if you line that little dot up somewhere inside of there, doesn't really have to be perfect, but you line it up in there somewhere. I'm a little high there, I guess. You can fly in a manner that you're not going to lose speed, and you're going to lose a minimum of altitude. So you just get yourself gliding, and then you pull yourself up, and you get to the horizon line. And after losing about 80 or so meters of altitude, you're pretty much just there, right? And you can go 162 kilometers per hour. And you can see my altitude is falling a little bit, but definitely not enough. I mean, you can get across the entire map without ever having to adjust if you line it up right at the start. I'm probably losing a little more altitude than I absolutely have to. But there's a fine line between losing altitude and losing speed, and I'd rather lose a little more altitude and just get where I'm going as quickly as possible, so. But then I'm going fast enough, too. You can see I'm probably going to run into this little mountain here. But because I'm going fast enough, I can honestly just tilt myself back a little. Right, I lost a couple of kilometers per hour of speed there. But I'm not too worried. And that horizon line just stays there, right? No matter where you go. Letting you know. All right, now we're sheltered. Let's go outside and see if it's nighttime. Nope. Maybe getting there, though. It looks like the, can't tell if the shadows are getting longer or shorter. They might have been getting shorter. So let's just go ahead and drop off all these leader Johns. Can't be bothered to carry that crap around. Can I make... I can't make any types of storage. Well, poop. I guess we got most of the weight out. We're only carrying 64 volume. But most of the weight, most of the items out. So let's go make another trip here. This is just, I think, faster than doing it with the buggy. My buggy right now can carry 3. Yeah, 3 times the amount that my ornithopter can. Which seems like a whole ton. But it really isn't in the scheme of things. I wanted to have had our base a little higher, I think, because I would have liked to have been able to just go straight into vulture mode. In order to start flying. But that's fine. We just have to elevate ourselves up to the point where we can go ahead and go into vulture mode. I don't even have to touch the controls right now, right? Everything's just horizon locked. We're good to go. I can just sit here and cruise across the whole map without even having to worry. We are going to now start trying to think about breaking down most of the resources that we need. So I want to break down... Honestly, I'd like to break down the storages because they'll give me back enough iron to go ahead and make more storages. So we need to see about... Sorry, we need to see about recycling some stuff, getting rid of some of those resources or items that we don't really need. We need to see about clearing up some of those storages so that I can delete them, so that I can move them over to the other base. We're pretty much going to just completely break this base down. But yeah, one glide, all it takes. See if I can just glide right in there. Nope. I pooched it. Okay. So what do we got? Like, I don't even know if we want to keep these Dew Reapers. A lot of these broken pieces of gear, right? The half-broken pieces of gear that you get. There's just not a lot of value in hanging on to them. I want all of these resources.
Sector
So,
a large sandstorm is approaching.
gosh, I have so much iron ore. I have so much freaking aluminum ore, but I don't think I care about the aluminum. Because I can just get more aluminum. Oh, I only have 600. Okay. So we're going to leave this regular one over here. And we're probably going to leave this death still here. And we'll get a little more water. We just have so much iron and carbon ore here that I want to use all of this at this base. So let's grab the steel. Let's grab the copper. But we're going to leave this here with the death still and with some of these or all of these cisterns. And we'll get Harazak to get us some more bodies here. It shouldn't take more than a couple more bodies to go ahead and finish off this iron and stuff. And then we can go ahead. Let's also go ahead here and make as much of this cobalt paste as we can.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
How much of this aerithite do we have? We can just take that with us, no big deal. Alright, so we can just put stuff in that chest. Yeah, like all of this can just get destroyed. Sandbike inventory we might want to keep. But all of this almost busted gear. Even though these boosters are Mark 3s, like, we'll just make Mark 4s because we're aluminum tier. So we don't need Mark 3s. That's not. Alright, we'll dump a recycler down. Use a scrap buggy engine. Break it down. Buggy PSU, break it down. Sharp off, break it down. Handheld resource scanner, break it down. Break it down. There's half-broken Dew Reapers. Honestly, we should be using Mark 4 Dew Reapers even at this point. So we're going to break these down. We're going to break this down. Break it down. Don't care. Karpov, break it down. Alright, fantastic. Sandbike inventory we can keep. That we can keep. Obviously, we'll keep all of the sources go in. That can go in. You need to go put, well, we'll bring the aluminum. We don't need aluminum here. That, place that. I honestly kind of feel like just leaving the welding torches is fine. Just drop them on the ground. Let's just go recycle them. Alright, tons of random stuff in there. I'm not gonna deal with that chest right now. We might go ahead and keep that scanner module. Mark IV buggy storage. The storages don't really get damaged, so we can probably keep that. That sandbike chassis is a full one, but we'll go ahead and break those. So we'll leave that. Low tier cut array can get done. That can get done. That can get done. Low tier tread. We definitely don't need low tier treads. Just because low tier treads can cause a lot of problems. You just have to replace treads too quickly. Not low tier, low durability. When you find the treads, it's not really useful to hang on to them. Alright, put all that away. Whoops. Not what I wanted. Let's find something heavy in here. Okay. Get the rest of this. And move these resources here. So that we can demolish that. And then move these resources. Oh, we filled up that storage, okay. So I want to move this stuff right here. Over here. I did keep one. So I want to drop that. And I want to just put that in there. I don't need the salvaged metal to come with me. Oh, that's all full now. Okay, well, I don't think I'm going to be able to clear out any more of these. But that's quite a bit of iron. So, what did I put in here? This was, okay. All of this basically needs to get demolished, but I'm not gonna, no, I'm gonna deal with it right now. Let's deal with it right now. Dealing with it, so let's deal with it. Let's go ahead and put these here, but I'm actually going to hang on to still suit tubing. Okay. And let's just go see. Most of this stuff needs to get broken down. We probably want to take the aluminum. Okay, let's go break everything that we've got in here down, put everything away again, and see where we're at. Okay. Sand bike tread that's half broken goes away. Hopefully we can move this stuff. Of course, I don't even really care. I don't need to break these boxes because it doesn't matter to me if I can get back the scrap from these boxes. Let's just take resources that we want and then let's break down, right? Like these super old cutter tool. Oh, these are neat cutter tools. They're really basic though. I'll leave those because they're not mine and I don't want to break down something that somebody else might, you know, want to be collecting or whatever they're doing. Just gonna get a little water here for myself so I don't die. And then we'll break down some of our big steel stuff here. like our survival fabricator, honestly, our vehicle fabricator, our survival fabricator, and this bad boy, or this bad boy. So let's demolish. Did I get to keep everything from that? I don't think I did. Oh, I kind of effed up. Okay, I have the solution. The solution is put everything in here. Okay. Oh, for the love of gosh, I went and got all that water so I wouldn't die. Oh, put this stuff in here. Looks like gravy's back. At least I think that's gravy.
You made a second one.
I'd push that in farther in case those griefers come back. You don't want to leave any space for them to...
Stuttering a lot. It's so laggy. Can you put it in? I need to restart my game. Can you just push it in? Because I cannot do it so bad. Thanks. It's so bad. I'm gonna restart.
Doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay. Break that down. And honestly, it looks like we need to just go make a trip here. Because I think I'm just all the way full. But let's go rock and roll. Whoops, sorry. Didn't mean to blow out y'all's eardrums with the coughing there. This is real nice. I like being able to just lazily drift over to my other base. So, something that I've been discussing with some of my allies, and something that I think it's important to talk about is it is incredibly useless to move raw materials. You are almost always going to be better served by just refining those materials and then moving them. For example, I have a lot of raw materials at that other base right now, and I could just make the trips to bring those materials over here, but I already have the infrastructure there to refine those materials, and it takes so many fewer trips to move refined mats. So I don't want to make the mistake of, you know, trying to move all those materials and then refine them here, especially because my infrastructure here actually isn't as good yet. Something we are going to have to do is we're going to want to move the buggy over here, but I don't want to drive it again over here. So we're actually going to move the buggy by breaking it apart, flying it over here and reassembling it. Because that seems like the right thing to do. Oh, right. Right. It's really cool, but also kind of ridiculous to have such a big base. In fact, I made this spot here for this purpose. What am I doing? Let's get out the iron. Let's build the things I need to build with the iron. I need a repair station. Perfect. And then I need storages. I only am going to get 2 storages out of this. But that's fine. Now let's see about making some other stuff. We need a vehicle fabricator. 100%. For now, I think this corner is a good spot. Eventually, I'm going to want to put it down with the vehicles probably. Have to have a vehicle fab, so we have all the types of fabricators. So we're going to make a couple of those real quick, and I just want to see. Let's get ourselves a wind turbine. Too bad I can't put the wind turbine somewhere that doesn't have support. Okay, if we want them up here, we'll have to extend. So let's put it sort of in this corner. It's not a great spot for it. And then let's go see. Oh. That's funny. Okay, so each time we make a lubricant, it makes 5. The next thing I want to go ahead and do is I want to start destroying some of these structures over there. We're going back again. We're going to get all of that stuff out of that buggy. We're going to bring it back. But then on top of that, we're going to go ahead. Booyah. We cruising, ladies and gentlemen. We cruising. Moving in bases is such an ordeal. But thankfully, this will be the last time we have to move. There will probably end up being a lot of remodeling that happens here. I intend to continue to recruit for this guild. And I intend to let other people actually build the base. As you all can probably see, I'm not exactly fucking good at it. I'm doing the best I can, so keep chugging along. But yeah, as we grow the guild, as we get more people, as more aesthetically competent people join the guild and start building, things will get moved around and rebuilt. But I don't think we'll ever have to actually move the base again. I think this is a good spot for our forever home. Of course, if we ever do have to move the base again, by then we'll have carrier ornithopters, and then I really won't have to give a fuck. I was a little worried that they had come and griefed Gravy's ornithopter, because he was... It looks like we're just fine. Oop. Need those, need those, need those, need that. All right. What else are we breaking down here? We don't need the survival fabricator here, I don't think. The regular fabricator's probably fine. Yeah, we'll leave it. Honestly, well, no, we're going to take this. We definitely don't need this here anymore. Because you can fabricate buggies at the regular fabricator, right? Yeah. Or bikes, not buggies. So, the only thing people should really need to make here. You know, this is a way station. Let's demo that bad boy. And I think we can demo this. We'll leave it. It's copper. These are made out of copper. I guess this gives steel. Yeah, let's demo that too. We could take another 60 steel, 28 silicone. Eventually we will break this. Eventually we'll break this whole base. But I think everything we can possibly use is either in the buggy or on us right now. So let's move the heavy shit. Let's get the rest. We'll take this with us. The aluminum we don't care about. Scrap we don't care about. All right. That's everything right there. Oh. I know what I'm missing. I'm missing my buggy. This is going to be annoying. What am I doing? It's in a buggy. Sometimes. I'm a dumb piece of crap, let me tell you. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Let's start taking pieces off the buggy here. Yeah, we're gonna do all of that gravy. We're gonna extend the fief, and then we'll extend it vertically and horizontally. We're gonna take over a whole big ol' area over there. So what we're gonna do is, so that it's all a single base, is we're going to attach the claims to it, because you can make just that one console, that one subfief console, stretch all the way across there, right? You can make it 5 times as big and about 3 times as tall. So I'm just going to put a bunch of claim stakes on there. Yeah, you just have to go to the console and set it as your respawn point. You can only have one fief set as a respawn point at a time. So it will mean that you won't be able to respawn back at your base at the anvil if you do change it. What the hell is this? I thought I had a tread in there. Oh, it's because my weight is full, so I can't. Okay. Okay, I've got one spot. Sweet. Let's put something heavy in there. Okay. We got our whole thing here. And then we lazily list to the left as we fly to the dew base. Whee! I am very, very happy. We're going to get a bunch of granite. There's not a lot of granite in the area that we're in, so something I'll have to remember is whenever we do go to gather resources, just pick up any granite that we see. And that way we can, slowly have enough granite to build. I think we have quite a bit just chilling, but I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. You know what I mean? Misa Taril. It's it's incredible how quickly you get across the map. Wow. Just really don't have to worry at all. We're right here in an optimum spot too to get as much carbide and diamondine dust as we possibly want. So we'll be able to make all the ornithopters and shit that we want. Which makes me very happy. But the next thing I'm looking to move into is I'm looking to move into aluminum tier pretty much all the way around, right? I want my gear to be aluminum tier. I want all my buggies and stuff to be aluminum tier. And I just want to not have to do anything that isn't aluminum. Because that'll mean that we don't ever have to go back and farm steel and farm iron and farm dumbass shit. Because we're beyond that, right? And there's no point. Is that you that just followed B Gravy, or is that somebody else? That's you, Gravy? Okay, I'm pretty sure that was gravy. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't those people that were griefing me earlier. Because if it was, then they knew that where my base was, they were gonna come, and I'm sure grief that as well. So I was gonna go find out where their base was and grief the shit out of them too. I am not the kind of person who takes the high road. I'm not gonna start a grief war, but you better darn well believe I'll finish one. I don't turn the other cheek. I don't look the other way. You fuck with me, especially if you do it in a manner that seems to me to be against the rules. Right? Like griefing in the PvE zone is against the rules. And so if you want to go and break the terms of service and, you know, try and intentionally ruin my experience for no personal gain and in a way that isn't related to gameplay, then I'll do the same thing back to you. I don't care. I'll lose my account. I'll start all over. But I'm coming for you. All right. Make sure we're putting everything away. We're going to remake our buggy here, but for now, I could have sworn I brought a ton of weapon parts. Ah, probably down here. That is correct. Okay, let's go take our buggy outside and get it built real quick. Thankfully, because there are no sandworms here, there honestly isn't very much opportunity for our little griefer friends to actually grief my vehicles here. Because, like, they could push them off my base, but the distance they would have to travel to get my buggy out onto open sand would be, I mean, impressive, honestly. I would be impressed. All right, let's see about this. Maybe in this corner. Let's go see about filters. Standard filter is the aluminum tier with the silicone. A makeshift filter is still a steel tier. I want to keep all my steel if I can, so we're just going to go ahead and craft the aluminum tier one. Let's craft 2 of them. I imagine these are going to be very much the same as... yeah, and see, like, we're never going to use these ones. Because I don't want to deal with aluminum. So I'll probably never use these. Let's go see how this goes. Deposit 2 filters. Total pump time 16 hours. So a regular filter gives me 8 hours of pump time. I can only put 10 filters in here at a time. I can only have 80 hours, which is 3 days. Take a look here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so it looks like we're getting about 0.5 per second. Or sorry, 0.75 per second. And so every 4 or 5 seconds, it's updating. So every almost 10 seconds, it's updating. That's fine though. We're gonna nice and slowly gain water this way. Let's see if I can craft another one. I cannot. I need silicone blocks, which I actually have the flower sand for. So let's start trying to get... I want to get some passive water going on instead of worrying about one of those. So let's do the math on it. If you put a body in a death still, you get 25,000 water in an hour. So 25,000 divided by 60 and then divided by 60. Means you're getting 6.9 water an hour. So 6.9 times 0.75. 6.9 divided by 0.75 means we need 9.2 of these equal 1 death still. Okay, awesome, Gravy. Thank you. A death still takes 400 power. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a third of these. So it takes a little more than twice as much power to get 25k an hour out of these passives. But it requires no body input, right? I can get these things going for 3 days at a time. And I can only get a body going. I can only get a death still going for an hour at a time. There's no storage there. So I like this much, much more because it requires less direct activity. Let's go over here. Let's see how many silicone blocks can I make. See, I can make 165 silicon blocks. So let's just do that. Let's make all of the erythrite into cobalt. Let's go ahead and make let's go ahead and make a bunch more of these because we need the lubricant for keeping the wind generator up. And we're gonna, see about more wind generators. We're gonna see about more of all of that. So as we get more silicon, we're gonna go ahead and make a couple more of these passive water generators. We do need iron to make these chests, unless I want to go ahead and get the next tier of chest, which requires 6 more, right? And these are aluminum and silicon. See, so absolutely, this is a thing I'm going to want right here, because I don't want to make the iron chest, because I don't want to go mine iron ore. Let's see, inventory volume, 1,750, over 750. Yeah, so these will take an entire Mark III buggy storage worth of resources. So we're down with that. So we're moving everything into aluminum tier because it's important to get that done. So let's... leave that bad boy right there. Oh, I forgot to grab my other bread out of the old cooker. Nice. Boom. All right. See what's available to gather around here. We got lots of basalt. Maybe we'll start building with basalt. We have so much aluminum. Right, we can get aluminum for literal day. Honestly, basalt and aluminum just go crazy here. I'm kind of interested to see about making the basalt building materials. And maybe doing some building with them. Is that a sandstorm? Oh, yeah, it's leaving though. Was never a problem for us. Yeah, there's just no fear gathering here. This is such a nice spot. Plenty of scrap. So much aluminum, I don't know what to do with myself. There are some battery packs and stuff like that, so we can get some fuel cells around here. There's not a ton, but they exist. We've got a little bit of copper. So we might just want to go ahead and pick up copper. God, look at all these plants. We might want to just go ahead and pick up some copper from time to time. For things like probes. Actually, yeah, I think probes do take copper, don't they? Let's go to the planetology here. Get the survey kit. Where's the survey probe? There we go. Yeah, these require copper. So we're definitely going to want to pick up copper sort of as we go. But we have more than enough ability to do that. There's obviously plenty around here. You only need like 81 copper a week to do the entire deep desert. So we're good there. There's plant fibers around. We probably ought to make a habit of picking up some of those for filters and stuff like that. We will have to travel pretty decently far to get flower sand, but we're pretty near an area that's mostly just dunes. So we'll be able to get pretty decent flower sand, I think, here. But then also, there's lots of flower sand out in the deep desert. And we're going to have to start considering going out there and getting some flower sand that way. It's a crazy thing to think about, but it's gonna be necessary. There's a little more copper, lots more plants. Okay. So it seems like around the outer edge is maybe where most of the aluminum is. And then it's mostly like basalt and copper on the inside. But I think it might be time. Well, I know what it's time for. It's time to start building Tweedledee's ornithopter. Tweedledee is Herzak. At least this time, Tweedledee is Herzak. I want to grab some fuel cells here, and I want to grab them. I don't want to run out of fuel cells, you know? Just drove by a pack of fuel cells. Ah, there. Need fuel cells to actually make fuel. Also need them for our base. All right, let's see. We need 1, 2. Oh, we only got to make one. Oh, because we don't have enough water. Okay, well, as the water comes in, we'll make more of those. Got some silicon blocks coming in. Because we have silicon blocks coming in, it means we can make another one of these, which will help us get some more agua. Booyah. Whoops. Wanted to go steal the storage. right. Oh no, I can only have 5 spares. Okay. So we can have 1 in with 5 spares in storage. Whoops, did it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can have 6 times 8. So you can have 2 days. You have 48 hours. Is that 6 times? That is 6 times 8. So you can have 2 days worth of stuff in each of these. That's not great, but it's not bad. And in 2 days, let's see, 0.75 times 60 equals 45 times 60 equals 2,700 times 8 equals. So each one of these filters gives me 21,600 water. Which isn't half bad. I'm into it. So we need some water. Since we gotta wait for the water anyway, I'm gonna make some bullets real quick. Ooh. What am I missing here? Just some water? Ooh, we might wait for this. Yeah, we're waiting for this. We're gonna make us an aluminum tier freaking gun right now. We're just gonna rock somebody in the face. Make some heavy darts. Need to get some more scrap, apparently. Shouldn't take much. We'll just use the buggy to get scrap. Using a buggy to get scrap is honestly a little OP. Especially since all you really need the scrap for is bullets. Like, you can get 1,000,000 darts for one little something of scrap. That'll honestly probably be enough. Then we're going to take the ornithopter. We're going to go get some more tech points and stuff while we wait for more water to come so that we can build Karazak's ornithopter. And then everybody will have an ornithopter and I'll be stupid happy. Yeah, I mean, the water seems to be coming pretty quick. Pretty happy about it. We'll see about getting things a little more organized in the future. We've been doing too much flying back and forth. Honestly, I just kind of want to have some fun right now. So I want to go get some intel. I want to go do the things, you know? Max that out. So we're going to be replacing all of these storages with the next tier, which is the aluminum silicon. That means we're going to actually need to get a lot more flour sand, because we're going to need a lot more silicon. So let's actually get ourselves a condenser. Why not have a condenser? Oh, I have one in my inventory because I stole it from somebody. Drop that Mark III cutter ray, don't even need it. And let's freaking rock and roll, dude. Oh, not in there. Oh. Can't rock and roll yet. We still haven't made fuel. We do need some fuel. We'll stop this from making all the things real quick. Then we'll max that out. And we'll max that out. And we'll max that out. Make sure nothing got dropped in the ground, nothing got put in my inventory. Everything's fine. We have an aluminum tier sniper rifle. Means we are the baddest of the bad. Actually, probably more than enough fuel for me. We're going to pull the same trick that we always pull. You go into your inventory, you put your freaking fuel away. Doesn't do you any good to have it in your inventory. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You ain't got nothing on me. King Kong ain't got shit on me. Fill that water up good. Let's go get the stuffs. Alright. I think I've got the ones in here already. Haven't gotten that one. Oh no, I haven't gotten this one over here either. Right, let's go get this one down below me. No. Oh, vehicle not empty. Right. Okay. So we are going to actually have to come back to this thing. That's actually going to create a little bit of an issue. Hey, bud. Goofy little snipers. Yeah, nobody's really been on today, Gravy. Harazak said he'd be back on later. I haven't seen Majoral or Cora all day today. And I haven't seen Cyrus since the first day. But, you know, people have lives. Can't be expecting everybody to play all the video games all the time. Ew, this will be fun. Zap. 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 I said it would be fun. I was wrong. Fun at all. Don't fear me. Am I poisoned now? I am poisoned now. The person that comes on my stream might get the stream. He also streams. If he gets the game, he'd be interested to join. Sweet. Sounds awesome. Oh. Where did you come from? You creepy little weirdo. Yeah, trust me, I agree with that. Okay. No. Whoopsie. Still down there, buttface? Alright, the intel is actually upstairs, though. So we're not going to go up through the bottom here. We're going to use our incredible jumping ability. Just going through the top. And snag the intel. Aha! Oh shit. Bye bye. Oh no. So I'm wearing iron tier armor. But I have an aluminum tier weapon. So I die very, very quickly. Because these are definitely aluminum tier enemies. But that's okay. I actually have... Well, we're going to research this first. But now, next, I can go ahead and research my Dune Man armor. Which means just going over this way. We're going to go get some more points over here. Did I pick anything up while I was in there? No, not really. We'll put the silicon in there so I don't keep dropping it when I die like an idiot. Meow. So you actually have to go through from the bottom here, I think. We'll leave our vehicle here. And we'll go see about it. Let's also actually, let's take a look at our skills. Let's go here. Let's go ahead and pull the wall in the turret again. That person will die on their own. Nice, level up. That person will die on their own now. I thought they would. Yeah. Get your little ass out here, dude. Okay, these melee people can kiss my butt. My goodness. I can't wait until I can start using a drill gun instead. Much better with this. Okay, intel's in here. In order to get that intel, we're going to need to get our identity band. Easy enough. No. Please break out your weapon. Definitely need better armor. And probably some sort of poison resist. Oh my goodness. This is insane. Remember, Hermit, it's not because you're bad. Because you're wearing extremely subpar gear right now. I gotta tell myself things aren't my fault. Because I'm way too hard on myself, especially when I play video games. I don't know why. Like, it's just a freaking game, right? But I will beat myself up over not being good at it. Pretty sure the... Ooh. How are there people behind me? What the fudge just happened? Pretty sure the last one's one of these melee butt faces. Yep. We got him. What you gonna do about it? Won't matter, you're dead. Oh, you sneaky little bugger. These shield guys are so hard because you literally have to take their whole shield down, like all at the same time, or it just regens so fast. think that's all the enemies over here, and I think this is my identifying band. Yep. So I can go get my stuff. I'm sure there's lots of great resources and stuff to pick up in here. I'm not terribly concerned about that stuff right now. Really am just kind of looking to get my tech up. Getting the tech is just so important. And usually, that's where you get the best. Ooh, a Mark IV radiation suit for free. That's going to help me out a lot. Hmm. All right. We had in the water department. Oh yeah, see, we're already up 2,000 water. This is great. We craft a couple of more of those things. Definitely need more filters. We can make 17 filters. I think it's worth it to do that. But maybe not 17. Let's make 10. Right? Because that'll fill those two things up. And each filter can gain me 21,000. So that's 200,000 water right there. That's perfect. Let's go in here and let's look at drill shot. Make it. Let's look at garments. Heavy garments. Dune man. Make it. Dune man. Make it. Dune man, make it. Dune man, make it. And I just need silicon and water. Okay. I think we're getting silicon here. Oh, so we've used up all of our silicon, which is fine. We're going to be short a chest piece. Now we only need heavy rifle or heavy darts, because both of these use heavy darts, which is great. Put away all our light darts for somebody else. That away. Since we need a little more water. And deposit some. Okay, we'll just run around with our key rob chest for now. All right. Should be much more resilient to getting the crap kicked out of us now. Let's go into bullets. Don't have any scrap for heavies, okay. Are you all done now? Go deposit these. Now we literally don't have to worry for the next 2 days. Now, we probably are going to need more than 200,000 water in the next 2 days. That's just the way it is. But that's a good start. Ooh, we do have silicon blocks. Yo. Yo. Give me that Dune man. Body armor. So I need to go mine aluminum. I need to go get more tech. But I do have the aluminum storage containers. Aluminum? I know how to talk. But we're pretty short on aluminum ignites here. So let's go mine aluminum, and then let's see about getting some freaking flower sand. Since it slid back a little bit there, I just wanted to check to make sure that it didn't get out of the sheltered area. Whew. Had to readjust there a little bit. Had to go ahead and get myself sitting up a little straighter. I lean way too far back when I play. It's a little bit bad. People were not designed to be this comfortable all the time. So in order to totally fill up on aluminum here, I'm getting about 100 a shot. So I'm going to need about 25 aluminum nodes. We're just going to keep driving around looking. I don't think they're going to be quite as easy to find here as they were in the shield wall zone. I think there's more basalt here than there is aluminum, and I think there was more aluminum than basalt in some of the other areas. But I think it should be easy enough that we don't need to, like, go to another area. It won't be faster to go to another area. I'm getting myself into a bad spot here. Can't drive through these cactuses. The cacti. Also, that could potentially only be this week, right? Next week, the node's locations change. Hey, it's another person on a buggy here. Back over here, dude. Where are you going? I think they're on a faster buggy than me. I think they've upgraded their buggy. They evaded me. I'm actually mildly concerned that it's those same jerk faces again. I'm actually going to head back to my base and make sure they don't try and, like, push my ornithopter out into the open. It annoys me that I now have to be worried about my vehicles all the time. In fact, I'm going to take this stuff out. Put it in there. Now I don't have to care. The other thing that I need to consider doing is going ahead and extending my base quickly. Because another thing that they could do to grief me is to build bases around my base just to prevent me from being able to expand it the way that I want to. Even if they didn't build anything there, right? All they got to do is stake the claim. And if they're trying to get me to move off of this siege because they want it to themselves, then that's something that could happen. I totally understand wanting a siege to yourself. You know, I'd love to have this siege for just my guild too, and make a big 32-person guild and have a good time. But trying to enforce that to the detriment of other players is a really, really fucking piece of crap thing to do. Houston at me. Spitfire, yo, what's up, dude? We moved the base. We moved the base. We've got some ornithopters. Trying to get some more ornithopters. Had some people try and push my buggy into the sand dunes so that a worm would come and eat it earlier. We've been having an interesting day. Trying to make my way in game to play for once. Had drop-off truck. Wife came over with kids and I did all lawn care. Gee. No, the last base does exist, sort of, a little bit. I took most of the materials and stuff that we needed from there over to this base. But I'm in the process now of trying to get ornithopters for everybody so that everybody can just fly over to this base. Because as soon as you have an ornithopter, it doesn't really matter where you're based anymore. So there's some aluminum around here, although there's not nearly as much as I thought there was. So I'm just mining up some aluminum and stuff and building ornithopters, and once we get all that done, everybody will be good to go and we can just play out of this base. Ultimately, what I'm trying to do is get us to a point where everybody is just aluminum tier, and then we can stop worrying about gathering iron and steel, because you don't need steel ingots to make aluminum. So as soon as we get to aluminum, we can just kind of forsake everything that happens before that. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll have to come find you. And I don't actually...
A large sandstorm is approaching.
I don't actually have the ability to get you over here because my Thopter only has one seat. I mean, that's fair. You could try and do that. They said that it does work, that you can get up on top of ornithopters that way. And so when you exit your ornithopter while you're in the air still, it actually puts you on top of it like that, and then you can't get back in it. And then your ornithopter just glides until it lands. So you can totally ghost ride the ornithopter. That's a thing.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, we got service alert. Sleepers, we will be deploying a hotfix tomorrow, 2 a.m. So 2 a.m. my time is 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Pacific. Server disconnection when traveling between deep desert servers. And the issue where you can't travel back from Arakeen and Harko Village, getting the P83 error. Okay. Alright, so super early in the morning, they're going to be deploying some fixes. Oh, there is no game sound again?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
There is game sound for me. I have the game sound turned down really low, but it's showing that the game sound is coming through on my OBS. And I have it turned down so low because, you know, people prefer to be able to hear me when I talk instead of, you know, massive gunfire and crazy shit like that. The base is now way up here. So this is the base right here. You should be able to see it. You have co-owner permits on it. So you should be able to see it on your map. Unsheltered my left nut.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
But we built it. Oh, can't see shit. So there's these cool little formations over here that they're like rock arches, and then they've got holes through the arches and stuff like that, and they're really cool. So we're going to build on some of those and have a much more interesting base than we've had in the past. Guess I'll let me head back to the base real quick, and I'll drop out my ornithopter and come get you. I guess actually this is my respawn point, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take all my stuff off. I'm gonna fly the ornithopter over to you. I'm gonna death port back, and then you can just fly the ornithopter over here. Or you can ride the bike. I mean, it's a cool drive, and you'll learn the area better if you ride the bike over here. But if you don't want to deal with the headache, then I will come get you. Also, no worms in this whole area. You can just ride around doing whatever you want, which is hella nice. Yeah, so there's the base right there. And I'm going to make the garage the down inside of here. Right, so you're going to be able to come into this big natural archway into a garage here. I'm going to make sure that's sheltered. And then the base will be like up around all this. So we're going to extend the base out that way and that way. And we'll just build on top and around all of this. Have different outbuildings and all kinds of stuff. It's going to be huge. It's going to be great. Don't want a death port with my gear on. Don't feel like dealing with the durability loss. Yeah, fuck that. I grew up on 40 acres of land. So I feel you. Fucking chickens and horses. We had a goat once and dealing with all that crap. Just a never ending chore list. And I will never live in a place like that again. Now I don't even have to touch the controls. I'm going to glide all the way back to the base. There you go, life on the beach. That sounds nice. I honestly am at a point where I just want, either I want to have enough financial stability to pay somebody else to do any maintenance work that comes up, like, you know, fixing the water heater, fixing the air conditioner, or whatever. Um, I've been kind of a handyman my whole life. I was an electronics technician in the Navy. You know, I grew up on a farm. And while I am capable of doing most of those things, I just don't want to spend my time doing it. And I don't want the liability of, you know, if I do it wrong the first time because it's the first time I've ever done that particular thing. I don't want to have to go out and buy the parts again, or maybe have created a bigger problem, or any of that crap. It's just not worth it to me to do it on my own. So either I want to rent somewhere where somebody else is taking care of that crap, or I want to be making enough money that I can just hire somebody to do it. the ornithopter is in the top of my base. I believe you have perms on it, but let me make sure. Because I'm not coming back, gosh darn it. Nope, nobody has perms on it. I'm an asshole. Okay, perfect. Now you have perms. And now... Oh, gotta remember not to die in a way that I lose that. Take a white claw. Woohoo! Woohoo! Swan dive! Flat. I just jumped to my death. Okay, well the Orny's in the base, so... Oh, I did. You'll have to climb. Get wrecked, nerd. The access system in this game is seriously starting to upset me. All right, let's see here. Back of tool goes on 7. This goes on that. This can come up here. This goes on 4. Sniper rifle. And that can go right there. don't have a shield. How am I going to survive without a shield? I assume you make the Holtzman shield in the garment extractor. Must be over here. Da-da-da. Do I not have the Holtzman shield Mark IV yet? Okay, well I'll wait until I get the Mark IV. Open at it tonight, tonight. Standing on the rooftop, top of the world tonight. All right, y'all give me just 1 second here. I'm gonna go get a little something to drink. the most hilarious thing ever just happened to me. So I don't really care about name brand stuff. So I almost always just buy off brand shit. And, oh, I think Spitfire's here. This is kind of supposed to be like a temporary landing down here, because there's a door right here. I'm just totally glitched out, that's fine. I made you a nice neat landing pad, and then you went and landed on the ceiling. Are you kidding me? There's no way you don't have access to this vehicle. You've ridden on the back of this vehicle before. Maybe this is gravy. Oh, no, that's right. I took apart this vehicle and remade it. Wow, that's gonna get the most annoying. Can I please? Well, you're put as a co-owner on this one. I hadn't put you as a co-owner on the first base because I gave you your permissions the first day you joined us. And since I hadn't had a chance to speak to you before, I didn't know if you were just going to take all my shit and run away. But you're a full co-owner on this base, so shouldn't have any permission issues. And if you do, I'm gonna freaking scream. Somehow I keep ending up out here on the buggy in the middle of the night. I can't even freaking see. I think the reason I was having trouble finding aluminum, though, is because there's another guild out here that is also mining aluminum in this area. We're gonna have to go to war with them. Yo, what up, Bean? How are you?
Mr. Bean says yo 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 yo.
I got that leader, John. Oh, no. I want you to keep it. I have a whole other one. Whatever. Ah, okay. Got it. Got it. What time is it, Bean? What freaking time is it? Is it time for you to be an obnoxious pain in my ass? Yo, there's so much water up here. If we get some really good dew reapers, we'll be able to just like farm water. This is great. I have to guess it. Is it time for you to come play Dune with us? Is that what time it is? Or is it smiley face time? I don't want it to be smiley face time. Or what other time could it be? Yeah, I don't know, Bean. Gravy's playing with us. Gravy's from another continent. I don't want to hear your excuses, Bean. Will there be multiple seconds worth of lag? Absolutely. Will it be completely unplayable? Absolutely. But you can waste $50 buying the game and then stand around and watch us all play. Girl, you really got me now. You got me so I don't know where I'm going. Oh yeah, you really got me now. You got me so I can't sleep at night. I'm in NA. Dude. I'm in NA. If I join any of those, my ping will be something in between 300 and 400 milliseconds. Well, I guess that's not really a viable option. That's too bad. I love how good these trucks are at off-roading. No, 300 to 400 milliseconds is a lot. That's like bordering half a second. 1,000 milliseconds is 1 second. And especially because this game has PvP elements, there's really no way that you can PvP people with half a second delay. You'd be dead before you even realized you got shot. Guess that's... Oh. When you said guess what time it is, you didn't mean like in reference to like it's pizza time. You meant like the actual time. I'm gonna go with 4 o'clock in the morning. Close, 3:31. Goodness gracious, I'm good. And a big ol' yeet off a cliff. Splat. Yeet. I mean, if you're not yeeting yourself off the cliffs when there's no fall damage on your vehicles, then you're fucking playing wrong. I'm just saying. If nothing bad can happen, and it's possible, you should be eating. Wait, does that seriously say? Okay, sheltered. Sweet. buggy and drop off. Haven't slept. I don't have any food left. I can't even order anything online. I'm screwed. I don't know how to cook. I'm dumb. You don't need to know how to cook, Mr. Bean. All you have to do is get a microwave, some hot dogs, some cheese, some tortillas. And then you just roll that hot dog up in a tortilla with a little bit of cheese in it and some ketchup or mustard or whatever your favorite condiment is. And just go ham. Or peanut butter jelly, freaking tortilla. And nobody needs to know how to cook. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time, ain't nobody got time, ain't nobody got time for that. I shouldn't have left this ornithopter up here. It's not safe. Actually, go ahead and put it in my little tool. Boop. We go the other way. Hot dogs and tortillas don't exist in your country? That's unacceptable to me. You can't do multiple vehicles. You can only put one vehicle at a time, Spitfire. Rice, veggies, and raw meat. That's a whole ass meal right there, dude. I mean, you obviously got to cook the meat, but you could do that in a microwave too. Just nuke that shit. I mean, obviously you shouldn't cook meat in a microwave, but it's a laser. Don't get in the way of my laser beam. So there's another person up there. You see that? That's Spitfire. The other person you see talking in the chat. So they're standing up there on that, and it's a mining laser. And so he shoots the rocks. With the mining laser. And then we've got a storage compartment on the back there. And the rocks automatically go into the storage compartment. But you can get a rocket launcher to put up there instead. You can get all kinds of cool shit. In this configuration, 3 people can ride this buggy. So there can be somebody in the passenger seat next to me. There can be somebody on the laser, and then I'm driving. Yeah, so the next upgrade level for the laser is the duraluminum, which we're probably going to skip. Spitfire. Because duraluminum's a pain in the ass. Getting water is very difficult in Dune, yes. You have to do all kinds of stuff. You can extract water from blood, so you kill enemies, and then you get their blood out and put it in a blood pack. And so you can get your water that way. Or you can, at night, you know, there's dew on the leaves. so you can get water from dew leaves right before morning. And then you have your still suit, which will like recycle your urine and shit and your sweat and give you a little bit of water. And then you have, yeah, that's kind of why I'm going like a different way, to see if maybe I can find a couple of extra nodes as we get back towards where we were before. Can I get back up if I jump off right here? I can, okay. But yeah, you can get Fremen Death Still, which you kill an enemy and then you take their corpse and you put their corpse inside of the Death Still and you turn their whole corpse into water. Dehydration is just a state of mind. Don't be so weak-minded. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do to stay hydrated out here, Bean. If I gotta murder somebody and then suck all the water out of their body, then that's what I'll do. There's one right in front of us. Ew. Let's see. Lasering too much. Need a stronger PSU probably. Why are you trying to blow up my buggy, dude? Why are you trying to blow up my buggy? No, the other person firing the laser beam. Go. Roll up that. I know you can do it. I'm going up there. whether this buggy wants to or not. Yeah. Why do I have a dead body somewhere? Oh, it's because I killed myself. Port back over here, that's right. Ren. Oh my goodness, off-roading in this is so much fun. I am just having the time of my life right now. Let me tell you, I'm really loving this game. Honestly, I think it's even more fun to do this little cheesy shit with a person too. Like just driving around and being the driver for the mining ops. I'm really excited to maybe get some more peeps in the guild. I have been recruiting. I've been putting out messages on the Discord. You know, the Discord link is in all of my videos, stuff like that. So if people want to come join us, like I'm trying. But if we can get just a few more peeps. God, that's fun. I'm going to get us back, and then I'm going to pull out a bunch of leader johns, and I'm going to go reap some dew. Try and get some water. Because we need more flippin' aluminum. Can you slice people in half with that? No, unfortunately, there is no person slicing that I'm aware of in this game. As much as I would be thrilled to be able to slice people in half. I think it's a little graphic. Probably not a thing. Gonna need that in just a sec. Honestly, I can't even really put very much of this stuff in here. How many more aluminum ignats can I make? Pull out the leader johns here. Let's go put away some resources. Goodness, we've pretty much used up all of our storage capacity, so I'm gonna go reap some dew. Imagine you're in a PvP area and a guy shows up, you slice him with that laser, and then you drive over him. Honestly, that'd be super dope, Bean. You can drive over people and do damage to them. So if we're out doing any mining or anything like that, and somebody comes by, I will definitely run them the fuck over. Just for you. I'll even tell them while I'm running them over. I'll be like, this is for Bean. They'll be like, who the fuck is Bean? Then they'll be dead and super confused. Can't get rid of them, man. Can't get rid of the bots. At least that one has a cool name. Revel Wolves. Because they're trying to trick people. They prey on streamers who are new or who don't have the following that they want. And they try and trick you into thinking that you're going to get a better channel going. You know, all you need is that first little boost, right? You just need a couple of people to watch so that you're higher up on the list, or, you know, whatever it is their sales pitch is. So they're preying on people who really want their channels to succeed or are in some sort of desperation or something like that. And they get them to spend money that isn't going to help them. And then those people end up quitting. It doesn't help to go after people who are going to continue streaming, right? Because once they pay you the money, they're not really a resource to you anymore. So what you're looking for is those people who are just trying it out. And you get them before they really understand how things work, and you get them before they really know what's going on. And to them, you know, because it's so prevalent that you're asking, they think, oh, well, this must be something everybody does. It must just be like a cost of doing business, right? And so they spend a little money. They realize it doesn't help. Potentially maybe even hurts their channel. And then they quit. And then some new person comes in and starts, and you try and get some money off of them. Round and around the cycle goes. And Twitch needs to do a better job of getting rid of those people, because it is extremely detrimental to their platform and extremely detrimental to the people who I mean, I'm a freelancer, right? Like I work for myself technically, but all of Twitch's revenue comes from people streaming on their platform. So we are, for all intents and purposes, their employees. And so allowing for predatory stuff like that to happen, could you imagine, like, if you worked at Walmart and Walmart just let people come in and try and sell you like holy water or freaking something that would, you know, maybe you work as a stock boy or something. And so somebody comes and like tries to sell you some fake painkiller or something like that so that you can do your job better. Or, tries to come up with some way to make you think that you're going to make more money as a stock boy if you buy whatever, get a sticker to put on your uniform so that your employer thinks that you're, more happy about being there, and then you'll get a raise. Like, that's insane. Of course, Walmart would never let that happen. But that's almost exactly what's going on at Twitch, is they're basically trying to give you a sticker so that you can get a raise. And it's all bullshit. And it's Twitch's responsibility. Keep people like that off the platform. And they do a piss poor job of it. And it kind of makes me angry. Yeah, I die of thirst a lot, Spitfire. Here we go. Please hydrate. Thank you. Now we're hydrated. Worst dew harvest time. Oh no, I'm not getting any dew. Now it's not dew harvest time anymore. Well, I guess I'll drink it then. That's fine. I got to admit, I'm more worried about making ingots than I am worried about whether or not I'm alive. By the way, today's news, a flight from India to London crashed carrying over 250 passengers, over 150 died. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Been a lot of bad news lately. If you need more intel points, take the ornithopter. The ones that are in this region that we live in. There's well, actually, here, come follow me. I'll come get you some super free. Come this way. There's some free intel points over here. You're trapped. But there's like 3 or 4 intel spots on this region of the map to give you 20 apiece. But yeah, just take the ornithopter and go around and get all the ones in this region. You'll have like an extra 100 intel. The next thing I need is I need to get a really good Dew Reaper. And then maybe the really good blood extractor. And then I can just start farming water. Well, no, because I don't want to make a blood thing. So I'll just get the next tier of Dew Reaper. And that'll be fine. We don't have any more storage capacity, so I'm probably done farming for a little bit. I wonder how much. I think I'm getting like 19 XP for each of these enemies I kill. Might be a decent path to some intel points, is just to run around and be a butthead and kill everybody. Oh, you're dead. If there is no gas, then you can make some in the chem bench. The small's all you need. It'll fill it all the way up pretty much. Shotty sniper. Oh no. I'm dehydrated. I think I just got sniped at. Works. Try and snipe the sniper. Who do you think you are? Getting some decent currency doing this. Getting some fun killing people out of this. Guess I better reset my game real quick though. So I gotta put y'all on a be back soon screen. Boop. And then we quit. And then we reload the game and then we'll be right back into it. It's crazy how hard up you could be for water. Even when we have a death still going on. I feel like we just never have enough water. Water is definitely the thing that holds us back the most, I think. I don't even know what sheltering means. What are you doing? I'm so confused. Can't believe we've been streaming for almost 6 hours. What's up? Begging you. All right, y'all can be brought back now. Oh, I almost hit the stop streaming button. I'm almost a dumb pile of crap. Not quite, though. Only almost. I don't think there are very many bad songs that exist, like, in pop culture. Um, there might be some fringe genres out there, and there might be some fringe groups out there that make, music that really only is enjoyed by a very small group of people. But if it's a popular song at all, like you can claim that you hate it all you want, or like, oh, I freaking hate that song, or oh, that song is so bad, but it's a platinum song, or it's on a platinum album for a reason. It's a good song, and it sticks in your head, and it makes you want to sing along, and all that stuff. So, I mean, I like pop music, I like rock and roll, I like most rap music. Like, not so much that I go out of my way to listen to those things. If I'm gonna like go out of my way to listen to something, then I'll listen to a show tune or something like that. I really like show tunes. But there's very, very seldom does music come on, on the radio, or when I'm out shopping, or, over at a buddy's house or anything like that. Very seldomly does a song come on and I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is a terrible song, because they're just not, right? Like, those people are singer-songwriters. They're they're famous for their ability to make music. They just make good music. I think most of the time people who claim that they hate certain genres or stuff like that typically are hating on the genre because of the culture that that genre is associated with, and not really because of the music itself. It's really dark. I am afraid. And murk that sniper real quick so he didn't come over here and get me. Or shoot me while I was trying to farm do. I didn't think his buddy would actually come over here. Oh, you're not a melee at all. That was interesting. Almost dehydrated to death while I was farming water. That might be the most hilarious thing in the world. I got 8-liter Johns on me. Why does the sniper only have 3 bullets? Because the sniper can only have 3 bullets. At least this one does. That's just the way it is. I mean, if you can't farm them there, farm them somewhere else, Spite. One of the best ways that I found to farm points early on is do the quests for the skill trees. So if you go to Arakeen in the Overland map, the advanced Mentat trainer and the advanced trooper trainer are there. And if you go run their quest lines, each of their quests give you like 700 XP. So you can go run that stuff, or you can go over in Haga Rift. They give you 10 points, 10 tech points per intel that you get over there. So you can go over there and get intel, or even just in the Vermilion area, right? You get 5 in Vermilion East and West. And they've got tons of intel spots. So I don't know what a social dist is. Yeah, I mean, now that we have freaking ornithopters, like, we just do whatever we want. At least that's what people say. Ooh, ooh. That's what people say. Ooh, ooh. But I keep grooving. Can't stop, won't stop moving. Think I got that backwards. Ah, I passed a level on you. Nerd. Which means, maybe. Nope, gotta pass one more level. I want my new Dew Reaper. Give me my industrial Dew Scythe. Show me the way to go home. Tired and I wanna go to bed. Yo.
Identify yourself. Shields up.
Stop dodging.
Enemy found.
Good to know that you can dodge out of those drills, though. It also means that they're virtually useless in PvP. Unless you're fighting against somebody who doesn't know that apparently you can dodge out of them. More Dew. My French. Cracked one of those. Cracked one of those. Then we just need 3 more pieces, so 135 more aluminum ingots. And then we're good to go here. Holy crab balls. Oh. I'm dehydrating to death again. Okay. Let's see if our sniper friend is back over here. I really like killing this dude. Makes me feel real good about myself. That made me feel real bad about myself. Please die. Wow, my headshots do so much more damage than my body shots. One headshot will eventually kill that enemy. It took me 4 body shots to kill him. That's freaking crazy. This is how we do it. Make a little base right under here. That jerkface shot a poison cloud at me. I find that highly unacceptable. Jerk. Thank you for the rangefinders and still suit tubing and the heavy darts. He's such a sweetheart. Gave me all kinds of things I needed. Ooh. Lol. Okay. That's just pathetic. Goodness. Those melee dudes are the bane of my existence. The bane, I tell you. I can't see shit in here. Nerd. But almost got me. But not today. Ooh, insulated fabric. Where am I? Oh, I'm in the testing station. Okay. Or I'm heading to the testing station, I think. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Actually, yeah, let's go do the testing station. That's a great way to level up. Ooh, is it up there? Got him. That was actually kind of fun. I need to get some water, though. There's gonna be an Imperial testing station. I need it to be here already. There's always water in those. Okay. We're gonna die if we don't leave, because we need water. Much as I'd like to stay and mess with those two. We'll come right back in as soon as we get something to drink. Probably need to go out this way. Hello? Water, please? Are you serious right now? Wow, okay. That's fine. Literally water everywhere. No water for me. Well, there's 2 Imperial testing stations here. I didn't even know that. Sure, let's respawn at the checkpoint since it's close. I'm talking to myself again. We apparently passed our level there, so we're gonna go get a dew scythe. Scythe us up some dew. I'm very excited. Really? Well, they just died all on their own. Ain't that something special? Don't talk about ghosts in my room, dude. Last thing I need is another reason to not be able to sleep at night. It's so cool just to be running around and see ornithopters and shit flying by overhead. I thought that was an allies ornithopter, but I might be wrong. Might just be some random nerd. Oh, nope. It was Gravy! Right, research. Dew scythe. Craft. Silicon blocks. We're out of silicon blocks. Well, shite. I guess it's time. Go get some flower sand. Before we do that, let's go get a little dew. We'll get that just for myself so I don't die out there. Yeah, that's how you... Oh, I don't have a power pack anymore. Whee! Let's put everything where it goes, if I can. And then... Put away more stuffs. Okay, now we can go do our thing. Flower sand, flower sand. Well, poop. We want to go out the south side over here. That'll take us out into worm territory, where flower sand is more abundant. And we'll have to, like, run out there. And then we'll shoot our little compactor a couple of times. And that'll compact the sand, and then we'll run back onto the shore, or, you know, away from where the worm can get us. And then... yeah, we'll just keep doing that back and forth, over and over again. Probably gonna die. Probably gonna lose all our stuff. But it's gonna be okay. I believe in a thing called love. Ooh. I believe in a thing called love. Just listen to the rhythm of my heart. Hey. Stop it. Not nice. I didn't shoot at you. Don't shoot at me. I wanna kiss you every minute, every hour, every day. You got me in a spin and everything is A-okay. Okay, well there's some flower sand way the fudge knockers out there. That's not really gonna be a thing. We're looking for that sand that's a little closer to home, you know? I want to be able to leave my buggy chilling and then go like run out to the flower sand. Because I don't want to get my whole ass buggy eaten. But it doesn't seem like there's any flower sand in this region. It isn't just way the fudge out there. I see one that looks kind of close over there. We're gonna kind of have to go around, and I think there's gonna be some quicksand in between me and where I'm heading to here. But I can definitely avoid quicksand. I've gotten pretty good at identifying it, so. God, that's creepy as shit, though. Look at that. Yeah, but I think I want to go for that patch right over there. Please stop killing me. Please stop killing me. Alright, that's a really far way. I want to go up to here, and then we'll come down here. Oop, there's maybe some good flower sand, too. I wonder how far over there I can get before I start pissing off the worm. Ooh, we can get pretty close. Okay. Well, maybe not. I wonder if I just stand here. Oh. He knows. kind of want to go try this other spot. I think we might go ahead and like drive over, yeah, we'll walk over, we'll pick up our sand again. Then we'll walk back. Yeah, it's a Muad'Dib. A little buddy. So I think people honestly kind of underestimate how far you can go on foot through the sand here, because you're much, much quieter on foot. So you really can get away with just kind of going wherever you want. Unfortunately, oh, I do have a little bit of fuel, but it's only a little bit. Hopefully that'll be enough to get me back home. I go over this way. If not, I can at least get to a point where I can run home. Ooh, this is farther than I thought. But I do think that that sand might be closer. Yeah, because I can get like all the way out here. Before the worms get mad. Let's see. Ooh, one of them breached. If there's one that you get an indicator on that's breached somewhere near you, don't go out on the sand. That's how you die. Even that close. I'm not going to risk it. Because you need the breach to let you know that they're there and angry. Now we're also about to get dehydrated here, so we've only got a little bit more gathering that we're going to be able to do before we gotta head home. And I honestly don't think that this was actually closer. We're gonna hit a couple of these, we're gonna gather them, and then I'm just gonna bail. Oh, yep. I ended up way farther out on the sand there than I thought. Ooh, that was hella stupid. Yeah, it's a sandworm, Mr. Bean. It's like the big bad of Dune. You can't kill them. Can't do anything about them. And if you get out on the dunes in between the rock outcroppings, have you ever seen the movie Tremors? Or honestly, have you ever seen the movie Dune? I mean, they're both basically the same concept, but there's giant worms under the sand, and they hunt based on vibrations. And you should watch both movies. Watch Dune and watch Tremors. Tremors is hilarious. Dune's a little more serious. But yeah, so they hunt by vibration. So if you get out on the sand and you make too much noise, so something bad might be about to happen to me. That happens. So that giant ass worm will eat my whole Jeep and me inside of it. No, I've never tried eating a raw worm before. Nor do I think I ever will try eating a raw worm. I understand that there are situations where that could be perfectly fine and nutritious. And certainly, if you were in a survival situation, you absolutely had to. I'd eat a worm. That's fine. But until I'm in a situation where I absolutely have to, I'm not gonna. Or I guess the other situation where I would be willing to eat a raw worm would be like raw fish. So if there was a culture out there somewhere and I happened to be visiting a country or something where, they had a way that they prepare raw worms or they had a dish that had raw worms in it, I would maybe give it a try just to say I had, because I like to try new things. But I'm not just going to go like pick up a worm off the ground and stuff it in my face and see what happens. In situations like that, usually those worms would be like cultivated specifically for the dish, and so they'd be raised in specific conditions and stuff like that that would just make it safer. Around 2 years ago, my friend and I had a bet. The time I eat a worm raw, vomited after that. Yeah. That's what happens when you pick up worms off the ground and stuff them in your face. There is very little value to eating food raw. Especially... Oh, that's not a worm, that's a caterpillar. Sounds like a... I guess they call them horned worms. But... sounds like one of those caterpillars that eat tomato plants. We used to get them all the time at the house when we raised tomatoes. Well, caterpillars and worms aren't the same thing. A worm stays a worm forever. A caterpillar turns into like a moth or a butterfly or something. And I'm pretty sure horned worms are caterpillars. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Either way, super gross. And I am not even remotely shocked that it made you throw up. Not even remotely. Now, worms are like their own little classification of creature. Why do we have a regular fabricator? Everything that you can make at the regular fabricator, you can make at the survival fabricator. I do not understand. Do I have a teeny tiny bit of water in one of these? I do. Yum. Taste of it was very complex. It was like grass mixed with soiled meat with a bit of bird poop. Sweet. That is information that I never needed, in fact. Not even a little bit. Could have gone my whole life, never heard that, and been perfectly fine. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom while I wait for these silicon blocks. I mean, I have no doubt that if it absolutely came down to it, and it was eat a worm or starve to death, I'd eat the worm. I probably wouldn't even gag. But sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. And there's nothing wrong with that. Gonna have to go get some cobalt paste at some point here. Eee. Industrial dew scythe. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that monster. Oh, nice. And it's turning nighttime. Roar. For harvesting time. Oh, you can take up like a whole... Oh, this is so good. Where's my sniper friend, Adam? He gone? Somebody murked him. Nice. Yeah. So much dew. So much dew. I am the dew god.
Identify yourself.
Oop,
Shield
there's a person. Oh yeah, that was hella quick. How was that sound? New scythe is the best. Gonna scythe so much dew. $8,000 milliliters of delicious dew. We're even still in poor dew harvesting time. I wonder if my Shigglewire clock can get all the way up to the top of that. Good. Just a little out of reach.
Mr. Bean says, smiley face emoji.
Don't make me come over there and fight you, Mr. Bean. Gosh darn smiley face emojis. I'll do it, darn it. I don't know. People come and people go. I'm sure they'll be back around sometime. They probably got some life stuff to worry about. Yo, you need to go to bed, bruh. What are you doing to yourself? I need better leader Johns. And I can just go running around out here and harvest like 100K do a night.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Stupid sandstorms. Getting in the way of my dew harvesting. Can you give me a deciliter, John? 10 liters. Well, good job, Bean. Good jobba. Yeah, optimal dew harvesting time. Harvest so much dew. I miss the days when I could stay up late at night and not basically die the entire next day. But if I tried to not sleep for a night, my old ass would keel over. There'd be no more hermit. Just be a dead guy. could get it done right there. We definitely need more water capacity. Yeah, I mean, when you ain't got a choice, you ain't got a choice, right? Gotta take care of your stuff. There we go. And we got 76,000 milliliters worth of water storage. We're gonna run out of friggin' aluminum. How do I still have so much freaking aluminum ore? I got like a whole trip worth still. Got more than a whole trip worth still. I've made like 100 freaking aluminum. Like I've made more like 150. So crazy. We're gonna need sure some more cobalt paste. We'll have to go get some erythrite. Might actually go ahead and go do that right now. Gotta do two things first. Fix my welding torch and... What's with all these freaking gongs, dude? They're freaking me out. Takes the welding torch, get some fuel. Perfect. Repairing the engine and the PSU are way too much of a pain in the ass. Especially considering how much more they get broken than a lot of the other bits. I'm unhappy about it. Very, very unhappy. Come on, game. Let me repair my PSU. I wonder if I can just get out this way. I think I can. And then just, like, crash my way down. And then I'll have to drive back kind of the long way. This should shave at least a little bit of time off my trip, I think. Gotta get some water. On to the western shield wall. Back again, wife left. Nice. If I'd known it'd be that long, I would have left you the chopper. No worries. We good. I got my dew scythe, and I got most of another ornithopter made. Just got a couple more pieces to make, and yeah, we're doing just fine. Cruising right along. Progress can always be made. And besides, I like driving because I get to just crash this fucking buggy into everything all the time. And it makes me very, very happy. I'm a pretty big fan of crashing shit. Logging out for the day. Nice. Good job, Gravy. Way to get that time in. Way to make that progress. Thanks for all the help today, too. Nice, nice. Just think, once you're aluminum tier, you never have to go back to that other base. I consider all of your triumphs my own personal triumphs, Gravy. That's just my view when I'm trying to build and run a guild is everybody else's success is my success and my success doesn't matter. So anything that you do helps me feel better about myself. And I feel good about it. I just need to get more people in this biznitch. Speaking of which, I gotta bump the guild recruitment message. Bumpo. I'm the best. You can just keep the Orny in your tool, dude. That way it's always there when you get back on. We're all gonna have our own Ornies, so don't even worry about it. Need a little more cobalt paste, and then we're just waiting on water. Get these last two crafted up for me and Herazak. Well, I guess for Cyrus and Herazak. And then start working on one for Majoral. Yeah, I'll get us to a point where we're slightly more industrialized by tomorrow so that we can do bigger mining operations and stuff. As things are right now, we can only do about 2 runs before we fill up all of our storage. So we need to get some more storage, and what do we need most now? Let's think. We need the obscure resources just as much as we need uh, like the regular resources. So things like the particle capacitors, stuff like that. The other thing is ray amplifiers are going to become important. If you look, so right now we're trying to tier up into duraluminum and then aluminum, and then plastanium. So if you look at some of this stuff here, like we're going to want assault ornithopters. So if you take a look at some of the stuff they need, that diamondine dust, those industrial pumps, these hydraulic pistons, which actually are in the area that we're in. I found a couple. So stuff like that is pretty important. Then when we get to like sand crawlers and stuff, they need overclocked power regulators, whatever the fuck that is. Advanced machinery. I think a lot of this stuff is going to be found out in the deep desert. So we might need to, start thinking about going out there for some of that stuff too. But yeah, just those obscure things, the particle capacitors, the greens, the blues, the EMF generators, all of that stuff, just constantly, we need those things because we don't realize when we're making them or when we're using them, and then we run out. So yeah, the greens are in the little PvP zones. And so, I mean, if you don't want to go do the PvP zones, that's fine. I'll go do them. That's not a problem. I don't know where you stand on wanting to PvP or even be near PvP or any of that. So if that doesn't interest you and you don't want to do it, don't. Try to get to it. I'll just take a sword and basic shields that I looted. I mean, you probably won't even run into people. Although we do have that other guild that's been trying to grief our vehicles and stuff. So I guess it's possible you could run into them. But not very likely. So, especially if you go to the earlier ones. Because that guild is definitely done with those earlier ones. So, we'll probably avoid them pretty well. If you go to the earlier ones and take the higher tier equipment too, it'll be a lot easier to kill the NPCs and stuff that are in there. So you won't have to spend as much time in there. So I would honestly, I would bring your best gear because you don't drop your gear when you PvP. The only thing you can drop in PvP is your resources. So there's nothing holding you back from taking your best shit and then just going and seeing what you can do. So just don't take any extra resources and stuff with you and you'll be good. Yeah, I keep forgetting that this game isn't full loot. The only thing that can take your equipment is the worm. Because the worm's an asshole. I'm out of water. I better go water up before I go getting back in here. And back off the cliff. You know, I actually want to do some of that treasure hunting. That sounds like quite a bit of fun. This is probably enough cobalt paste, eh? We might as well just keep going. No point, because I have to drive out here. I might as well get as much as I possibly can. Have the thumper blueprint. I can make those to distract the worms. Yeah, so that's definitely something we need to learn too. Preferably here in the general safety of the Haga Basin. We need to understand exactly how the worms follow the thumpers and stuff. Because you know, when we start going out into the deep desert, honestly, in a couple of days, probably, we need to be yeah, exactly how long it takes for it to readjust to us. You know, how many, because once they breach and show that they're there, they'll start coming at you right away. So if it breaches and eats a thumper, then you have to have another thumper down or it's just going to eat you. So it's like you have to put a bunch of thumpers down and then it'll slowly go around and eat all the thumpers, I think. And then there's a limit to how many thumpers it'll eat before it just says fuck it and eats you. But I don't know where those limits are. I have a feeling when we get out into the deep desert and start harvesting spice, we're gonna lose some spice crawlers. And we're gonna lose some ornithopters. And we're just gonna generally get murdered. And that's just gonna be how that goes. I honestly, Spitfire, I hope we die. Because if it's so easy that we get it right the first time, that's not going to be a fun, right? Because there's nothing to learn, there's nothing to figure out. You just do the thing and you win. So I hope that there's some intricacy and some knowledge to it that you need to be really successful. Otherwise, what's the fucking point? Iridium nodes are too rare to find in the deep desert. One gives 90 or something with the cut array. They're not that rare. They're rare in the early zones of the deep desert. You have to go all the way back into the last 3 rows which is road G, H, and I. So when I went through, and during the head start, I probed every single region in the deep desert, all 81 regions, one day. It took me like 7 hours, but I went all the way back into the back as well. And once you got out there, you find a lot of stravidium and titanium. Like a lot. It is going to take a long time to really move into that tier, though, because making your first carrier ornithopter is going to take a lot of those resources, and you're only going to be able to carry 1,000 weight at a time on your assault thopter. And even scarier than that is you can't the carrier for the assault thopter, the storage for the assault thopter, goes in the same position as the thruster. So if somebody comes after you with rockets, then you're not going to be able to just thrust her away like you could if you were just out there exploring. So we're definitely going to have to be careful, because we could just end up in a pretty bad position, getting attacked by some nerd. For the most part, I think you can kind of just run away and be okay. But I am mildly concerned that without the thruster, something bad might happen. Yes, being good at vulture mode will absolutely be necessary. Absolutely. Thing is so fun in the vulture mode. Also, thanks to your video. So that's how I was confident to take it out today. Good deal. Good deal. There is also a video on more advanced flight tactics or flight techniques. So like in the air stalling and doing front flips and back flips and doing stuff like that while turning. You're pretty much not in any danger at all while you're in the Haga Basin on an ornithopter. You'd have to try really hard. You'd have to try really hard to get eaten by a worm in the Haga Basin in an ornithopter. So definitely just practice. I mean, I spent like 12 hours just flying in circles, learning how to fly the ornithopter. Make a thruster so you can practice with that too, because the thrusters are super fun. But honestly, for the deep desert, being able to fly an ornithopter well is probably the most valuable skill you can have as a player in the game. I don't think the resources are very scattered. I think they're mostly consolidated in the new base. I've got almost all the resources over there. I was a greedy little goblin, and I took everything to the new base. Except, I guess, for the money. I left most of the money there. Or all of the money there. We'll go pick it up again later. Oh yeah, no, the new iron, or the new base has no iron. And it's never gonna have iron. Iron nodes pretty much only spawn in Eastern and Western Vermilion, which is incredibly annoying. Yeah, we've got almost 200k. Which is good because it's 15k per 15k per one of those things that you can use to make your stake, to make your land claim larger. So we can buy 10 of them, I believe. 5 vertical, 5 horizontal. So we need 150k just to buy all the land claims to make the base as big as it possibly can be. Plus however much it costs to pay the taxes every week. Out into the daylight again. Yeah, I'll go get it paid at some point in the next couple of days. Arakeen is when you go into the overland map. Arakeen is almost directly east and a little bit north of Haga Basin, and I believe Harko Village is south. Not 100% on Harko Village though, because I haven't gone over there. You want to go to Arakeen though, because you want to do your Trooper and your Mentat advanced quests. A, they give you a ridiculous amount of HP or XP, and B, they give you bonuses to your skills or the ability to increase your skills on your Mentat and Trooper. Rum. I didn't know there were other side quests there as well. I feel dehydrated. You feel dehydrated. Punk ass. Tell me what I feel. Don't shoot that shit at me. I keep forgetting this is only day 3. We're fucking killing it, dude. Killing the game. You know what? We got all these freaking aluminums right here. And I got all this extra space. So it would be a shame to just drive by and not harvest them. The black rock is basalt. It's sort of like granite. It's used to make stronger structures or something, though. I haven't really used any of it yet. But you make like a different sort of building material with it. I think it's only really necessary for building in PvP zones. Oh. Let me up. Jamon. Jamon. You suck, game. Okay, there's no way that that cactus stands up to being run over by my buggy. This thing's a freaking tank, dude. If I want to run over a cactus, let me run over a cactus. Why you gotta be shitting all over my fun? Recruit the cactus into the guild. Yeah, of course, Spitfire. Of course. There will be a whole ass chopper just for you here soon. And then we won't even have to share. We can be greedy little goblins. Oh, I'm about to die. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, he lives there. I don't know. Maybe shoot back? First thought it was some other player just shooting for fun. Yeah. They'll do that to you. One more water and we can make both of these pieces. And then we got a whole ass ornithopter. We need to... I want to go ahead and I want to buy the one that we can stretch out this way. The horizontal one. And I want to buy the horizontal one that we can stretch out that way. You know, honestly, Gravy, I don't know. I don't know. The Footsteps of the Fremen is the quest that you have to do to get it. Footsteps of the Fremen. Give me my water. We're going to make a bunch of these, though. Where are we at here? Honestly, I think that's probably a good place to call the stream anyway. We're right about at the 8-hour mark. So I think we're going to call it a day. Probably take myself a little break and then get back online here in about an hour or so. So thanks everybody for coming out today and hanging out. I had a really good time. Got to see some old friends. Everybody in the guild, great job today. Got a lot of stuff accomplished for pretty much everybody, which is awesome. So thanks for doing that. We're progressing really well. We should be in the deep desert doing deep desert stuff probably by the day after tomorrow. And when I say doing deep desert stuff, I mean like carrier ornithopters and shit like that. Maybe 2 days. I think it'll depend on how well we can industrialize and how much stravidium and stuff we can get. So yeah, things are going super, super great. So I hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you all on the next one.